for slaughter, a practice that must stop. I've spent months hearing from stakeholders on all sides of this issue, and it's been a very thoughtful process. So I look forward to discussing and debating this issue in the House of Commons and committee, and I welcome the opportunity to work together across party lines to advance this important legislation. Other countries have banned this practice, and I believe it's time for Canada to do the same. Throughout Canada's history, horses have been our steadfast companions, working alongside us in the fields and forests and communities that make up this great nation. Our history with horses is as rich and diverse as the land we call home. There's no doubt Canadians have a special relationship with horses. In the bucolic landscape of Kitchener-Conestoga, the riding I have the privilege to represent, you see that relationship every day. For generations and to this day, Mennonite families in our region have relied on and still rely on horses for traditional horse-drawn buggies for transportation. Our local newspaper, the Woolwich Observer, and the Canadian Tire in town both have tie-ups for horses and buggies. You can still see some farmers in Kitchener-Conestoga working side by side with their horses, plowing fields. These horses are more than just working animals. They're part of Mennonite identity and a symbol of a commitment to a simple and sustainable way of life. Symbolic of Canada is the iconic image of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, proudly working in harmony with their horses, representing law and order across our vast nation. The RCMP's history with horses is a testament to the enduring partnership between humans and these majestic animals, a bond forged in the crucible of duty and service. Every year in Kitchener-Conestoga and the township of Wilmot, our new Hamburg Fall Fair remains a beacon of tradition. There are events throughout the weekend in September, but the first event of the fair is always the horse pull event, where the strength and grace of these majestic animals are showcased. These gatherings are not just about competition, but serve as a reminder of the shared values that bind our rural communities together. And beyond the roles in agriculture and law enforcement, horses have been integral to our everyday lives as companion animals. Many Canadians have experienced the joy of bonding with a horse, forging a connection that transcends words. Their gentle nature and intuitive understanding make them not just pets, but true friends, offering solace and companionship in a hectic world. In recent times, we've also recognized the therapeutic benefit of horses. Equine-assisted therapy has emerged as a powerful tool, providing comfort and healing to those facing physical and emotional challenges. The quiet strength of a horse has the capacity to mend wounds both seen and unseen, and restore a sense of balance to those who seek solace in their presence. In celebrating and appreciating the unique relationship with horses, let us not forget the responsibility that comes with it. We must ensure the welfare of these magnificent creatures, preserving their place in our hearts and in our history. So today I want to shed light on the current situation. Each year, approximately 2,600 live horses are exported for Canada for the sole purpose of slaughter. The conditions under which these horses are transported are distressing, to say the least. These young, 18-month-old, intelligent and sensitive animals are packed into cramped and often unsuitable shipping containers. They endure long journeys spanning thousands of kilometers. They're deprived of food and water for extended periods of time during this flight and can arrive injured or deceased. Horses, by their very nature, are sensitive beings, companion animals. Subjecting them to such stressful conditions is not only inhumane, but it goes against the very values that we hold dear as Canadians. Imagine the stress of being crammed into a confined space, the constant movement, the uncertainty of the journey's end. Horses, unlike traditional livestock, form deep bonds with humans, and the capacity for suffering is profound. This is not a fate that should befit animals who have played pivotal roles in our history. It's heartening to note that several countries, including the United States and the UK, have already recognized the ethical implications of exporting live horses for slaughter and have banned this practice. It's high time for Canada to follow suit.
Hear, hear.
Our nation has a proud history of leading by example, and on this matter, Canadians know this practice is the right thing to do, regardless of what country is or is not doing it. We must ensure that these horses are treated with the respect and dignity they deserve. So let's join the ranks of countries that have banned this practice and show the world that Canada values compassion and humanity in all its forms. Before understanding what this bill aims to accomplish, I think it's important to understand the industry of live horse export in Canada. According to Statistics Canada, about 2,600 horses were exported for slaughter in 2022. Compared to other sectors, this is a relatively small industry, with a total value of about $19 million per year. There are approximately 350 producers in Canada, and only a few companies who export live horses by plane. Most of these flights leave from Edmonton, Calgary, and Winnipeg. A majority of horses exported for slaughter are raised on feedlots. Feedlots are barren plots of land where horses are often denied shelter or protection from the elements. These are not the kind of horse stables that I see in my riding in Kitchener-Conestoga or we see across Canada in our communities. These gentle draft horses are raised to the age of 18 months old. Then they're shipped live in crates. Each crate is roughly the size of a single conventional horse stall that would normally be expected to hold one horse. For shipping, 3 to 4 horses are crammed into the small space. Then they journey thousands of kilometers with no food or water. Canada is one of the only countries in the world that breeds and raises horses, then transports them live overseas for slaughter to fill a demand for fresh horse meat. This bill is very specific in its focus. My private member's bill, Bill C-355, will do what the title says: prohibit the export of horses by slaughter. This bill takes into consideration numerous factors, including legal obligations, international trade commitments and relations, acts and regulations involving animals more broadly, and mechanisms for implementation and enforcement. My team and I have worked diligently to ensure that this legislation is comprehensive and considers all perspectives. You might wonder why existing laws are not sufficient to prohibit this practice. Well, the answer is this: our current legal framework does not adequately protect these horses. We need specific legislation that makes it crystal clear that the export of live horses for slaughter is unacceptable in Canada. And Bill C-355 is that legislation. In having full understanding of this bill, it's also important to highlight what the bill does not do. I want to ensure our hardworking farmers and ranchers that Bill C-355 is specifically aimed at banning the export of live horses for slaughter and does not intend to disrupt any other livestock sector. I understand the critical role that our agricultural communities play in our nation's prosperity and the dedication they put into their work every day. My close relationship with farmers in my riding of Kitchener-Conestoga has deepened my appreciation for the tireless efforts and commitment they and their families put into their livelihoods. As a member of the Agriculture Committee, it's an honor for me to meet with and hear from agriculture stakeholders on a regular basis. It's because of these connections that I want to emphasize this legislation is not about targeting or hindering the livelihoods of those who rely on livestock for their well-being and their contributions to our nation's food security. Bill C-355 is solely focused on banning the export of live horses, recognizing their unique role and the specific challenges they face in the export market for slaughter. I remain committed to working collaboratively with our farming communities to ensure this legislation has no unintended consequences for their operations. Our goal is to protect the welfare of horses while respecting the valuable work that farmers undertake. By uniting our efforts to pass this bill, we can demonstrate our commitment to both animal welfare and the prosperity of our rural communities. Together, we can make sure that Canada continues to be a beacon of compassion and responsibility toward its animals, while upholding the values that our farmers and their families hold dear. With regards to the timeline of Bill C-355, it must go through and pass in the House of Commons and the Senate. Once passed, the bill can receive royal assent and come into effect 18 months after it's become law. The 18-month timeline aligns with the natural lifespan of a horse raised for slaughter, which is also 18 months. By design, this time frame reflects an understanding of the industry and the life cycle of these horses. Moreover, the 18-month grace period is not just a symbolic gesture, it's a practical necessity. We recognize the industry will require time to adapt and implement the necessary changes to comply with new regulations. This grace period allows stakeholders, from breeders to exporters, to make the essential adjustments without undue burden. The aim is to provide this time frame to ensure a smooth transition toward a more compassionate and responsible approach to the treatment of horses in our society. I believe the time frame built into this legislation strikes this balance, giving enough time for the industry to adjust while being enacted as soon as practically possible. I want to emphasize that drafting this legislation has been a thoughtful and inclusive process. I've spent months meeting with many stakeholders and considering the views from all sides. This includes fellow members of Parliament, senators, farmers, animal rights advocates, industry representatives, and citizens from my riding in Kitchener-Conestoga and throughout Canada. This bill reflects a balanced approach that aims to protect horses while considering the economic interests of those involved. So I'm pleased to inform that Private Members Bill C-355 has garnered support from both sides of the House of Parliament. This is a testament to the shared belief that in the importance of protecting these animals and the need to end the export of live horses for slaughter. As we continue to move forward, I welcome the opportunity to continue this debate in committee, working collaboratively with my colleagues to ensure the legislation becomes law and horses in Canada are safeguarded. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the advocates and stakeholders who have contributed to this discussion and the drafting of this legislation. Your passion, dedication, and tireless efforts have brought us to this point. Public opinion on this issue has made it clear that Canadians are simply not supportive of exporting horses for slaughter. There have been strong support from animal welfare advocacy groups like the SPCAs across Canada. Citizens from coast to coast to coast have made their voices heard. And I'd like to thank one voice in particular, a voice I think we all know. Canadian icon Jan Arden has been a champion of this issue in banning the export of live horses for slaughter. She helped promote a recent petition that was presented in the House of Commons by my colleague, the Member of Parliament from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, which received over 36,000 signatures. So I want to personally thank her for her strong advocacy. And I'd like to conclude by saying this has been a thoughtful process that began months ago. I've met with and continue to meet with stakeholders to hear from them and to learn from their perspectives. I look forward to working collaboratively with parliamentarians to ensure this bill moves through the House of Commons in a timely manner. I'm optimistic that this bill will continue to receive support from both sides of the House. And finally, let's embrace and celebrate that special bond that we share with horses and continue to promote their humane treatment. The deep connection that exists between horses and humans is one that weaves through the very essence of our national identity, reminding us of the enduring spirit of partnership and harmony that defines us as Canadians. It's a partnership and a relationship that's built on trust and mutual respect. The export of live horses for slaughter is a betrayal of that trust and a breach of our moral obligations. So let us stand together across party lines and put an end to this cruel practice. Thank you for your support, and let's work together to make Bill C-355 a reality and ban the export of live horses for slaughter.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for
De Sarnia.
Sarnia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share a love of horses with the member opposite, but I have heard some concerns from individuals who need to transport their horses for equestrian events, their show ponies, and that sort of thing. And they're concerned that if people are critical of how horses are transported today, that they may be incorporated eventually into this bill. Could he provide some comment for them?
Honourable member from Conestoga, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker, I want to thank the colleague from down the road in southwest Ontario for the question. That is something we needed to consider. There are horses that are exported for breeding. There are horses that are exported for sporting events and other reasons that are not just live export for slaughter. So what we've done is a sort of a reverse opt-in. In order to export the horses that you have, you need to basically sign a form saying this is why I'm doing it. And if you get that basically the ministry says no problem, then away you go. So this basically means that anyone's doing this for sporting reasons, breeding reasons, or just personal reasons otherwise, they can still just kind of fill out the form, send it in, and then they get the permission. So that makes sure that this is a narrow scope that only affects horses exported for for slaughter. Thank you.
The honourable member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Kitchener-Conestoga for introducing this bill and for his speech. And yes, I did introduce petition 4190 that did get over 36,000 signatures. My question, Mr. Speaker, he is very well aware that this was a key line item in the minister's mandate letter dating back from 2021. And I respect the right of every member to bring in a bill, but I'm just hoping through you, Mr. Speaker, if he can maybe inform the House as to why the government has not brought in its own legislation and why the government may have relied on this private members' bills. Private members' bills often have a lengthy journey through the House, and I'm just wondering why the government did not make use of its considerable resources to advance this issue sooner. Thank you.
The honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I do want to thank my colleague. It was his petition that sent so many of those letters to all of us as members of Parliament, strongly advocating. So to people out there, your letters and writing, it works. And I want to thank that colleague for doing that. By thanking him, I'm showing willing to work across party lines, and I think we agree, and I think there are people on all parties that agree. The government was moving forward and consulting, and I had this opportunity when my private member's bill came up to grab the reins and move forward on this legislation. And so it will be as binding as any law that was passed by the government, and I do hope that with cooperation we can move things through as fast as possible. So I look forward to getting this to committee as quickly as possible where we can continue studying it. Thank you.
Get it done.
The honourable member from Milton.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my friend and colleague for advancing this legislation. As I've discussed with him, Milton is a town, and actually Halton is, with deep roots in the horse industry. We have Woodbine Racetrack, and actually the first ever Liberal MP, John White for Halton, was a horse owner, and his horse won the 1860 Queen's Plate. And we have lots of horse advocates and plenty of horses in Milton. So I've heard from a lot of my constituents about how important this is. And there's just so many horse lovers in Milton. I want to send my gratitude to them for all the messages that I've received on this, and express gratitude to the member for advancing this legislation. Thank you.
The honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for the member from down the road the other way in Milton. Yes, we have heard from people, and that bond that we have with horses is special. And I think that many Canadians don't know about this practice, and when they do hear about it, they say, why can't this stop? And that's what this private member is doing. It's going to specifically stop the export of live horses for slaughter, because we do have that relationship with our horses. There are stables in my community, and across all Canada, people have that symbiosis relationship. So I hope we can work together to make this happen.
And a brief question, je m'excuse, juste pour partager la...
Just to share the wealth, the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. It's hard to understand why, after 2 years in the Agriculture Minister's mandate letter, this hasn't been done yet. That's all well and good. But my question is, why just limit this to horses? Because there's all kinds of other animals that are just as sensitive as horses. Why just horses?
Une question courte.
A quick answer, please, from the member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
President,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question.
I'm going to switch to English. Next reading, I will answer in French. People reached out to us. Canadians reached out to us, and they wanted to ban this specific practice. And I wanted to make sure that this legislation was very narrow in scope to make sure that we had that cooperation from all sides, from stakeholders. So it was a very thoughtful process and very considered process, and a narrow focus to specifically ban a process of banning the export of live horses. Thank you.
Let's get it started.
Reprise des débats, resuming debate. The honourable member from Foothills, Calgary.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do find it interesting to rise today on Bill C-355, an act to prohibit the export by air of horses for slaughter. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important in this House, whenever we discuss or debate legislation that is going to impact the livelihoods of thousands of Canadians, that we ensure that that legislation is based on sound science, on data from the experts, and not on emotion. And this legislation, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, is based on emotion and not on science and data. This bill will not only ban horses, but will impact a number of industries in Canada with maybe unintended consequences. But listening to my colleague from the honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga, who tabled this legislation, it's clear to me that he did not listen to the experts and those who understand this industry intimately and know exactly what's going on with those horses that are transported and exported out of Canada. In fact, I don't think that clearly that this member did his due diligence in tabling this legislation. I think if he listened to experts, he wouldn't have tabled this legislation at all. And in fact, one of his comments was the fact he used the word cramped many times in his speech. In fact, it's in the preamble of his bill, where in fact the international animal transportation regulations, what happens in Canada, the space for those horses is almost twice of the international regulations. They are not cramped. But that is just one aspect of what he is talking about. And I think the focus of my speech, Mr. Speaker, will be the unintended consequences of this legislation and how it will impact a number of other industries, and the fact that I don't believe the Liberals did their homework before tabling this legislation, which is trying to appease a very niche activist agenda. Number one, and I want to go with the facts here, Mr. Speaker, that this will acquire, and it is not something, as my colleague said, that you can just sign off on for your horse to be transported or exported. This has to be a declaration from the Minister of Agriculture. That is not just something that anyone can sign off on. This will add burdensome red tape and delays that will impact a number of industries across Canada. In fact, the pilots and customs officers will have the responsibility of having this declaration approved by the minister prior to flights leaving Canada. No other commodity in Canada has to take on that kind of responsibility. The Canada Food Inspection Agency has incredibly strict safety regulations when it comes to transporting livestock. And we're already having the question from the block member that, okay, what's next? We're starting with horses, what's next? We're going to be cattle, pork, chickens, and my colleague is saying that that's not the case, but this is opening the door to that exactly. But here's the facts. The regulations we have in Canada are impeccable, amongst the best in the world. Since 2013, 41,000 horses have been exported for the purpose of slaughter. The mortality rate on those transportation is 0.012%. Those are the facts. He's making it sound like this is a horrific nightmare of an industry. No deaths have occurred for horses since 2014. Those are the facts. That is the data. And he is right. There are about 350 breeders around across Canada, mainly in Alberta, Manitoba, and Ontario, these are purposely bred for this reason. He is talking about the horses in the RCMP and the pony horses. These are not the types of horses we are talking about. These are not broken pets that are being sent off for food sources. These are horses that are specifically bred for this industry. And in fact, a quarter of those breeders are Indigenous. 40% of the horses that are exported from Canada are raised by Indigenous breeders. And in fact, I want to talk about a member of the Métis Nation of Alberta who provided a statement to me, very upset about not being consulted on this legislation. And she stated, "I'm trying to pass on Métis traditions for my children, including working with horses. And just like most Métis, we are not in the position financially to keep horses only for recreational use. Our farm is not sustainable without the meat industry. Indian reserves and Métis settlements were not designated on prime farmland, so raising horses is a way that we can utilize this land and make it profitable. Many First Nations and Métis groups that I have spoken with are extremely upset that they were not consulted on how this bill will affect them. Secondly, I have a number of letters from other industry stakeholders who are also not consulted before this bill was tabled. I'm not sure who the member spoke to, but I can have a pretty good idea. Equestrian Canada has strong reservations with this bill and how it will impact their events. The regulatory burden by the Minister of Agriculture to prove every horse transported by air will cause unnecessary red tape and time delays for these events and competitions. This will jeopardize international competitions in Canada and around the world, like the Olympics, the Pan Am Games, and any other Equestrian Canada events. Now, to my colleague from Milton talked about Woodbine. Well, Woodbine is not going to have international horses coming to compete at that event. For example, competitors will question whether or not to attend events like in Canada, like the Masters in Spruce Meadows, the Calgary Stampede, because they don't want to have to deal with these new regulations or time-consuming, burdensome red tape, like getting an affidavit or declaration from the Minister of Agriculture. These events bring billions of dollars of economic opportunities to our rural communities, and they will be lost. Again, an unintended consequence because the Liberals didn't do their homework and they're trying to appease a very niche group. Again, another group, the Airline Pilots Association of Canada, which represents 77,000 airline pilots, are also opposing this bill. Because if they do not have that declaration from the Minister of Agriculture, a responsibility they do not want to take on, something they don't have to do at this time, they are facing a $250,000 fine as a result of this legislation. Airline pilots around the world do not want to deal with this. They understand that livestock is something a cargo that they carry, but this is an unrealistic and impractical administrative responsibility they do not want to take on. Mr. Speaker, the proper animal care and welfare paramount to livestock producers across Canada, and our existing transport laws reflect that with our most up-to-date scientific research and regulations. It's proven in the data with not a single fatality in almost 20 years and infinitesimal injuries. But this is data that the Liberal member is ignoring. This bill has no basis in fact, and it is another attack by this Prime Minister and the Liberal government on Canadian agriculture and agri-food industries. What the member refused to mention is more than 1 billion people around the world rely on this meat for a major part of their protein in their diet. Japan, Mexico, Italy, Russia, China, and yes, Canada. Canadians still eat horse meat for a major part of their protein, which is in many cases healthier than beef. But don't tell my cattle producers in Alberta that I said such a thing. So I'd ask my colleagues in the House of Commons to vote against C-355. It is imperative that we have legislation tabled in this House, that it is legislation that is going to impact livestock producers, but industries across Canada. Now, my colleague is saying that he is having a very narrow focus to this bill to ensure that it only includes horses. But he did not do his due diligence. Clearly, this legislation impacts a number of other industries. They did not consult with First Nation and Métis communities across Canada. They did not consult with airlines and airline associations and the pilots associations. They did not consult with equestrian groups and major event hosts like the Calgary Stampede, like Spruce Meadows, like Woodbine, and those events that happen across Canada. Nor did they consult with the athletes themselves, who will not only travel across Canada but around the world. We are going to have Canadian athletes, equestrian athletes, no longer competing in Canada because they don't want to take the risk of A, losing their horse or missing events because of the burdensome red tape and regulations that this bill entails. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, I think again it is imperative that with legislation that comes to this House is based on science, on data, and the experts who know exactly what they're talking about. I think this member had the opportunity to speak with Dr. Woods, who's the premier expert in this industry, and she has told him that everything in this bill is based on rhetoric and falsehoods. I am hoping that members of this House will see through this and make sure that we make decisions based on science and vote against C-355.
Thank the honourable member from Foothills. Reprise de débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to speak to Bill C-355 to prohibit the export by air of horses for slaughter or to be fattened for slaughter. This bill would create an act to prohibit the export of live horses. From the outset, I'd like to say that the Bloc Québécois stands against the principle of the bill for 4 main reasons. First of all, this bill would create a new act, whereas we could modify existing laws and regulations. For example, the Animal Health Act and its regulation. In addition, we do not believe that animal welfare should be restricted to one type of animal, no matter which one. Canada also exports many other types of live animals through various forms of transport. We should also consider other types of transportation. For example, road transport, which is much more common and that can also affect animal welfare. Now, adding more types of transportation would broaden the scope and therefore the principle of the bill. That's why we will be voting against at second reading. That said, the intentions of the bill are noble. We recognize that. Animal welfare is important to all of us. Without healthy animals, our agriculture and agri-foods industries would crumble. There are Canadian and Quebec laws in this regard, but there are also gaps in the legislation. So we do not want our approach to deny the facts that have led to this bill being brought in. Quite the contrary. Here in the Bloc Québécois, we know very well that we export horses by air for slaughter under conditions that, even though they may meet Canadian legislation and regulation, have been criticized by many. The Bloc Québécois is mainly concerned about the fact that this bill only addresses horses, whereas regulations on animal welfare should apply to all animals exported for slaughter. Now, if the bill is adopted at second reading and amended at committee, the Bloc Québécois remains open to considering it in an accountable fashion. In an open letter to the Minister of Agriculture in 2021, or in the mandate letter rather, the Prime Minister included that we should prohibit the export of horses by air for slaughter. The government seems to have the intention to do this, therefore why hasn't it done it already? In addition, the CFIA has already published a myth-busting page on its website about this industry. We need to distinguish between horse meat and live horses. When it comes to horse meat, these are horses that are slaughtered in Canada, and the meat is exported, not the living animal. Now, many people may think that consuming horse meat is taboo. As someone who had horses myself when I was young, I'm very aware of that, but we must respect it nonetheless, but not to the detriment of other animals and the abuses they may suffer, no matter what the species of the animal. According to a survey held in early 2021, only 27% of Canadians believe that it is appropriate to consume horse meat. But there is a much higher percentage for other animals. For example, goose or rabbit meat is accepted by nearly 60% of people, and 75% for cows, 79% for pork, and 88% for poultry, such as chicken. The sponsor of Bill C-266 also spoke about the unique status of horses and their consumption in Canada. We could go into more detail about that, Mr. Speaker, but we see that this is part of our history. More than 36,000 Canadians signed a petition to the House of Commons to ask the government to prohibit the export of live horses for slaughter. 2/3 of Canadians, according to the survey, are opposed to this. 85% of Canadians are not aware of the practice either. Now, in Quebec, where consuming horse meat is more accepted, the government of Quebec has established more protections under its jurisdiction for rodeo horses, horses used in equestrian competitions, racing horses, and animal welfare protection groups, such as the Quebec Association for the Protection of Horses, have raised the Bloc Québécois' comments about horses' special position, saying that it goes without saying that horses should be treated as well as cats and dogs, and that the government should not stop there, and that all farm animals should be treated just as well. The Bloc Québécois believes that prohibiting air transport for just one kind of animal is illogical and inconsistent, and the best way to move forward on animal welfare would be to review the regulations on animal handling and transportation. Quebec is the second biggest exporter in the world of horse meat. 85% of those exports are to Japan. The U.S. states that it no longer slaughters horses for human consumption, but it does export some of its animals to Canada for slaughter, as we saw in the CTV News reporting. And in fact, Canada exports many animals for slaughter. And the conditions for all of these animals who are being exported abroad, we must ensure that the conditions are good. According to the CFIA, 45,000 horses since 2013 have been exported to Japan, which is a large amount per year. And not all of the exports are to Japan, although it is by far the biggest importer. Canada also exports hundreds of thousands of other live animals every year. It exports them globally, and we believe that it would be more judicious to act on these export conditions to make them safer for animals. For example, by reducing the limit on the hours that an animal can travel without receiving rest or food, by increasing the size of cages, by creating spaces that are specially regulated with regulations on the heating and noise, knowing that horses are much more sensitive than humans. Therefore, we could increase regulations on animals being exported for slaughter. That's a way to broaden the scope of the debate. And in fact, a coalition for animal welfare has brought the Canadian government before the courts because it states that due to transportation of horses in cargo planes, certain aspects of the law have been violated. And in addition, some have said that despite the short part of this link in the animal slaughter supply chain, this period can lead to many losses because the animals are exposed to many stressors under a short period of time, which in some cases leads to their death. The stress they experience during the transportation increases their tendency to perish from infections, and the way they are handled can affect their well-being in all sorts of unexpected ways. Many animals have similar stress responses to humans, for example, pigs. We often hear about pigs. The Department of Agriculture of Ontario has published information about the precautions to be taken when transporting pigs. We see that might be relevant. And we know that pigs that are exported alive for slaughter are not offered the same careful regulations that ought to be in place. There is much to be done to protect these animals. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, if I look at what the CFIA website says, it says that protecting animal welfare, including animals for slaughter, is essentially under provincial jurisdiction. All provinces and territories of Canada have regulations on animal welfare. Provincial and territorial legislation often has a broader scope that seeks to protect animals in a number of different ways. Some provinces and territories have adopted laws or regulations that govern specific aspects of animal welfare. The CFIA's mandate on animal welfare is limited to regulating transportation and treatment, and to ensure that this transportation and treatment is not cruel and inhumane, and also the treatment of animals in federal slaughterhouses. We are working closely with all stakeholders to ensure that animal welfare is respected when problems are identified. We are also working closely with industry stakeholders to create biosecurity standards, establish requirements to protect animals during transportation, and to ensure that humane standards are respected in slaughterhouses. In the criminal code federally, it is forbidden to intentionally provoke animal suffering. The code must be applied by police officers and various provincial animal cruelty prevention associations. In Quebec, we have 5 laws and regulations to protect animals. And so in conclusion, I grew up with horses and I care deeply about them, but I also care about all forms of animal welfare. We'll see what happens with the bill and what happens at committee. If it does get to committee, the Bloc Québécois will be there to see what we can do, and we will work on the bill. But we think that for the present, there is far too much to be done to improve this bill.
Deferred pour son intervention.
I thank the member for Shefford for her speech.
From Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good Monday morning to everyone. Today, I'm pleased to stand in the House and give my remarks as the NDP's Agriculture and Agri-Food critic on Bill C-355, an act to prohibit the export by air of horses for slaughter and to make related amendments to certain acts. This bill, Mr. Speaker, introduced by the member for Kitchener-Conestoga, who I have served on the Agriculture Committee now for several years. Essentially, for my constituents who are listening to today's debate, just a brief summary of what this bill does. It essentially seeks to prohibit the export by air from Canada of live horses for the purpose of being slaughtered or fattened for slaughter. It's going to do this, Mr. Speaker, by enacting a requirement for a written declaration attesting that a live horse is not being exported for slaughter before being allowed on a plane, And it's also going to have the similar requirements for aircraft operators. They essentially will not be allowed to take off until they have that declaration made available, and there are some hefty fines for non-compliance of any provisions of this Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think today's debate on C-355 has to be placed in a wider context, and that context is the mandate letter that the Prime Minister provided to the previous Minister of Agriculture, who now serves as the Minister of National Revenue. That mandate letter, Mr. Speaker, was issued on December 16th of 2021, and the Prime Minister directed the Minister to deliver on the commitment to, quote, ban the live export of horses for slaughter. Now, Statistics Canada data shows that since the Liberals made that campaign promise in 2021, we have had more than 2,000 horses shipped from Canada to Japan for slaughter purposes. And if we go back even further to the year 2013, we can see that more than 40,000 horses have been exported from Canada for that purpose. I will never question the right of any member to bring in a piece of legislation as they see fit, and I certainly don't want this to be a remark that sheds any bad light on the member for Kitchener-Conestoga. But I do have serious questions about a private member's bill coming in on the same subject matter of what was a fairly clear commitment in the minister's mandate letter. In my mind, it is the government, when they're making such a promise, that has the power, the resources, the personnel across several departments to do the consultation necessary. And in fact, we know that private members' bills, they get a couple of hours of debate, but they are spread quite far apart. It can be sometimes up to 30 sitting days between them. So time is a valuable currency in this place, Mr. Speaker. I think we can all agree on that. And I believe that government legislation, given the fact that it has a priority over most of our day, of orders of the day, does have the ability to advance far more quickly. So I think that's an open question that we as members of the opposition rightly have of the government. Why it's been 2 years, we still have not seen any sign of government legislation on this topic, and why after 2 years we're now looking at Bill C-355. But that point being made, Mr. Speaker, I do want to give honourable mention to a former colleague who used to sit in this House, not a colleague of mine, but a colleague of some of my NDP colleagues, Mr. Alex Adamanenko, who used to represent a riding, I think it was British Columbia Southern Interior, a riding that no longer exists today. But yes, Alex Adamanenko, he was the Member of Parliament for that region. He introduced 3 separate private members' bills on this subject. They were C-544 in the 40th Parliament, C-571 in the 41st Parliament, and also C-322 in the 41st Parliament. So that is a member of the NDP who has had long experience on this subject. It's a subject matter, of course, that New Democrats are intimately familiar with. His bill was ultimately, one of its other main purposes was also to look at horse meat for human consumption, because we have found in our data collection that some horses, whether they were race horses or bred for farm work, were making their way into the human consumption chain. And of course, some horses are treated, especially racehorses, with a whole variety of antibiotics, performance-enhancing drugs, etc. And it's very clear on the labels of those drugs that whenever they're injected into a horse, that horse meat is not to be used for human consumption. But I digress. I think, as I often find myself as a New Democrat, I'm going to try and find a way to land in the middle between the positions of my Liberal and Conservative colleagues. We know that live horses are primarily shipped by air from Calgary, Edmonton, and Winnipeg, and that the main market is Japan and other parts of Asia. The horses are usually fattened up there. It's for human consumption as a raw delicacy. The journey can be long. For anyone who's ever flown across the Pacific, we know that very well. And I guess what I'm trying to look at it is, from another point of view, our Agriculture Committee has looked at the total lack of processing capacity we have in many parts of Canada. Our meat processing federally is dominated by just two companies, Cargill and JB. And what is important to remember in today's debate is this is not looking at the idea of whether or not it's okay to consume horse flesh. That's not the purpose of today's debate. This bill is a very narrow focus on the question of whether live horses should be exported by air for eventual slaughter for human consumption. I guess one point of view we could look at it is that, why are we doing this in the first place? Why are we allowing another country to reap all the economic benefits of us exporting live horses? And is this not a way for us to look at the issue as members of Parliament, at looking at increasing the resiliency of our own processing capacity here in Canada? And we know it's a very weak link in the supply chain. We only need to look back at COVID-19 and what that did to our few processing centers and how that caused huge rolling backlogs, especially for the cattle industry. Our feedlots were jam-packed full. Many cow-calf operators had to keep their livestock on their ranch lands because there simply was no room in the feedlots. So, but I do want to focus also on the fact that, yes, I was the sponsor of e-petition 4190, and yes, it was signed by more than 36,000 Canadians right across the country. Clearly, this is an issue that many people are quite concerned about. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to highlight a few notable points in the government's response to my petition. Because in the response, the government did state that they are actively working to ensure due diligence is conducted and that the Government of Canada has to consider other perspectives of all stakeholders. It goes on further to say that the engagement is going to be with, quote, animal rights advocacy groups, provincial governments, industry representatives, and Indigenous business owners and organizations to obtain information and their point of view regarding this issue. Engagements are ongoing and continue to be actively pursued to broaden the scope of the consultation process and strengthen the government's understanding of the issue. So my question as a member of Parliament is, how are the government's engagements on this issue coinciding with the work that the member for Kitchener-Conestoga has done? Has he been apprised of the government's efforts? Is he privy to the information that the government currently has on this issue? I don't know. I only have to take his word for it. But what I'm going to do, Mr. Speaker, is I'm going to lend my support to this bill in principle at second reading, because I believe at the Agriculture Committee, we as legislators can do our own consultation. And maybe this is an opportunity for us as members of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food is to call in those witnesses from all sections of the industry to give their perspectives so that we can then make an informed decision. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the NDP will be supporting this bill at second reading because I do have a very real interest in hearing those perspectives, getting them on the record at committee, and hopefully that will help us determine a way forward and whether possible amendments are needed to the bill. With that, I'll conclude, and I'll thank again the member for Kitchener-Conestoga for giving us this opportunity to debate his bill. Thank you.
And I, in turn, will thank the member from Cowichan and Malahat Langford for his intervention. Resuming debate, the honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to lend my unwavering support to Bill C-355, an impactful piece of legislation entitled An Act to Prohibit the Export by Air of Horses for Slaughter and to make related amendments to certain acts. The bill is of great significance for Canadians, as it addresses a pressing issue that is top of mind for many, including in my riding of Winnipeg South Centre. I had the privilege to witness the compassion for animal rights and overwhelming support for this bill from constituents during my recent by-election campaign in June. I had the privilege to witness, as I went door to door, Mr. Speaker, the issues of horse welfare emerged repeatedly, underscoring the deep concern many Canadians hold regarding the treatment of these animals. This concern knows no party boundaries and strikes a chord with all who hold compassion for animals. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to my esteemed colleague, the member of Kitchener-Conestoga, for introducing this bill. His dedication to the cause and the commitment to the humane treatment of animals is truly commendable. Bill C-355 seeks to ensure the humane treatment and handling of livestock with a special focus on the welfare of horses destined for slaughter or fattening. The manner in which live horses are transported by air, Mr. Speaker, often subjected to cramped conditions during extended flights, raises profound concerns about their well-being and the necessity for stricter regulations. It is important to recognize that Canada, unfortunately, has one of the weakest records internationally when it comes to humane or even minimally adequate animal welfare legislation. Horses, by their very nature, are predisposed to stress, and the conditions they endure during these flights only exacerbate the distress, leading to injuries and immense suffering. The pressing issue at hand is evident in the multitude of articles and reports that have shone a light on the hardships faced by these horses before their deaths. The current law allows trips to extend for up to 28 hours with no provisions for food, water, or rest, resulting in a distressing situation for these animals. The lack of transparency regarding the treatment of these horses once they reach their destination is a deep concern that cannot be ignored. When the horses arrive overseas, they fall outside the purview of Canadian jurisdiction, leaving their well-being in question. It remains unclear when they receive the fundamental necessities of water and food, an omission that likely further extends the already grueling 28-hour fasting period during transportation. The lack of transparency regarding their treatment and slaughter abroad is particularly troubling given the sensitive nature, physiology, and strong flight response of these animals. It is essential that we address this critical gap in our regulations, Madam Speaker, and ensure that the welfare of these horses is protected throughout their entire journey, from start to finish. While we recognize the importance of trade and international relations, we must not forget our responsibility to protect the welfare of the animals that we export. Our national values and commitment to animal welfare requires that we act on this issue. Moreover, Bill C-355 has garnered support from many organizations, including the BCSPCA, Society for Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, who have encouraged citizens engage by signing petitions and writing letters to their representatives. In fact, Madam Speaker, a federal e-petition has been tabled with over 36,000 signatures, making it one of the largest petitions of this Parliament. The voices of Canadians on this issue are clear. The live export of horses for human consumption stands as an outdated and cruel practice, with mounting evidence highlighting the immense suffering and injuries inflicted on these animals. The Canadian Horse Defence Coalition has brought attention to this issue, leaving us to ponder why this practice continues. Recent data revealing frequent live horse shipments from my hometown of Winnipeg, in addition to Calgary and Edmonton, along with a staggering 67% increase in live horse exports in the past year, paints a distressing situation. In contrast, international developments suggest a growing global realization of the need to acknowledge animals as sentient beings deserving of protection. The United States, for instance, took a significant step in 2006 by ending the horse meat industry through the discontinuation of funding for mandatory USDA horse meat inspections. This action aims to ensure that no American horses face the grim fate of slaughter for meat, whether within or beyond U.S. borders. Meanwhile, the United Kingdom has embarked on making positive legislative changes to address this with its action plan for animal welfare, introducing an animal welfare bill, the establishment of an animal sentience committee, and an end to live animal export for slaughter and fattening, and a commitment to consider animal welfare in all legislation. A related Senate bill, Madam Speaker, Bill S-270, is also at the second reading in the Senate, reflecting the widespread concern for the humane treatment of horses in Canada. The BCSPCA, a strong advocate for animal welfare, emphasizes that no animal should be transported without feed, water, or rest for more than 8 hours, and horses should not endure such cramped and stressful conditions during air transport. It is vital that we take action to end this practice and protect the welfare of these animals, ensuring that they are not subjected to prolonged suffering in the name of profit. The BCSPCA supports the Canadian Horse Defence Coalition's efforts to end the live export of horses for slaughter, underscoring the urgency of this matter and the need for immediate action to bring an end to this inhumane practice. Canada has the opportunity to rectify the situation and enforce laws that align with our commitment to animal welfare by passing C-355. Madam Speaker, as we advocate for the swift passage of these bills, let us remember that horses cannot afford to wait longer. Their suffering must come to an end. The fate of these horses is in our hands, and we must take decisive action to protect them from further harm. I wanted to share the following comments made by Dr. Jonas Watson, a highly respected vet in Winnipeg, who happens to be my vet. He said the following, quote, "Our 5,000-year relationship with the horse has shaped civilization and constitutes our most meaningful alliance with another species. Without question, the horse represents the most important domestic animal in human history. Their impact on society is almost immeasurable. In addition to playing a critical role in both agriculture and warfare, horses provide our first means of travel, trade, and communication. Working horses enabled the exchange of ideas, language, and culture around the world, leading to widespread social transformation. Today, these gentle creatures offer companionship, pleasure, and therapy as loyal and devoted pets. Humankind would simply not be where it is today without our reliance on these species. It is essential to acknowledge how deeply indebted we are to the horse, and as such, they deserve to be treated with dignity, compassion, and respect. The ugly live horse export industry is a black eye for our country and for my city of Winnipeg, and I look forward to its inevitable end. We owe Canadian horses far better than this." End quote. Those were the remarks of Dr. Jonas Watson in Winnipeg, a lead veterinarian, Madam Speaker. I want to take this moment before I close to sincerely thank the Winnipeg Humane Society for their ongoing advocacy to help end this practice. Without them, I do not believe it would be possible for us to be here in this moment. I would also like to thank my good friend Jane Fudge, whose strong voice and advocacy, alongside that of other grassroots members of my constituency in Winnipeg South Centre, have helped contribute to the progress we are making on this file. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, Bill C-355 is an essential piece of legislation that embodies our shared values as Canadians. It reflects the commitment we have to safeguarding the welfare of animals and ensuring that our actions align with our national principles. I encourage each member of the House to support this bill, recognizing that this issue transcends political boundaries and is of the utmost importance to our constituents and the animals who depend on us for their protection and their care. Together, we can make a difference and stand up for the humane treatment of horses in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa, and I'll have to interrupt him at some point. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nippewa.
So I have about a minute, Madam Speaker? A little bit more than that? So I guess before I get into the speech, because I understand there's a second hour here, I want to share my thoughts on, before I get into the legislation, I want to share my thoughts on, I first want to express my concern on the misguided priorities of this Liberal government. Instead of focusing on addressing the worst cost of living crisis in a generation, the Liberals are more focused on targeting Canadian livestock producers in an attempt to score cheap political points. In typical Liberal fashion, they have chosen to divide, distract, and stigmatize once again. I think it would be much more beneficial to our country if the Liberals were focused on addressing the 1.9 million visits to Canadian food banks in a single month, instead of fulfilling the demands of an activist. I think it would be much more beneficial to our country if the Liberals were focused on addressing the housing crisis that has made home ownership unaffordable, instead of punishing Canada's agriculture industry again. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to the second hour. There's another hour of debate. That's good.
I know, but if the Honour... Okay, we're at 12:01 now, but I just want to remind members that they need, if they want to continue their debate in the next session, when this matters before the House, they have to wait till the Speaker interrupts them, because if they end their speech, then what happens is that means that that's the end of their speech. But the honourable member, it is 12:01 now that I've clarified that, and the honourable member will have 9 minutes the next time this matter is before the House. La période prévue pour les...
The time for private members' business is now up, and the item falls to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Government business, consideration of motion number 30, proceedings on Bill C-56, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act and the Competition Act.
Monsieur Ian pour Madame Gould.
Mr. Ian, Ms. Ian for Ms. Gould, seconded by Mr. Duclos, move that notwithstanding any order or practice of the House, Bill C-56, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act and the Competition Act, shall be disposed of as follows. A, the bill be ordered for consideration at the second reading stage immediately after the adoption of this order. B, when the House resumes debate at the second reading stage of the bill. May I dispense?
Just debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Before I begin, and I will be seeking unanimous consent, but a reminder to members of the other side, if they deny it, the other member will get a full 20-minute slot. So I seek unanimous consent to split my time, 10-minute speeches each, with the member for Winnipeg North.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'honorable...
All those opposed to what the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is proposing will please say nay.
D'accord?
Okay.
The motion, all those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm glad I could help bring the House together on that potentially controversial point to hear from the member from Winnipeg North, but I am looking forward to that. The previous Conservative member just spoke. He was concerned that we're not addressing the housing crisis, but Madam Speaker, I have great news for that member and for the House. We're debating this motion on C-56, the Affordable Housing and Groceries Act. I'm sure he will be thrilled to be voting in favor of this. After months of Conservative filibuster and delay and over 20 hours of debate over 5 days, it's clear the Conservatives have no intention of allowing C-56 to get to a vote. Sure, Madam Speaker, during question period, that's the half an hour each day or 45 minutes of the day that Conservatives pretend to care about affordability issues for Canadians. But when the rubber meets the road, they're nowhere to be found, Madam Speaker. The delay. And it's surprising, again, to hear the member before me, who spoke just before me, say the Liberals aren't prioritizing this. But he doesn't look back to his own members, to his own leader, to say, why aren't we getting this bill through fast enough? Why aren't we getting Bill C-56 through fast enough to help provide relief to Canadians? This is despite the fact that many of their own members support Bill C-56, like the Conservative member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon, who said more than a month ago, committed in this House to voting in favor of the bill. Here's what he said on October 5th. I will, quote, I will be joining my Conservative colleagues in voting to move this bill forward to committee. That was 46 days ago, Madam Speaker. Given all of this, I look forward to seeing what's going to be said today. But before my Conservative colleagues rise, I'd like to remind them of what this bill does, because I think some of them may have forgotten. Madam Speaker, we know the rising cost of groceries and lack of affordable housing are affecting families across the country. I'm pleased to discuss some of the ways we are addressing these important issues through the measures outlined in Bill C-56. We know that for too many Canadians, including young people and new Canadians, the dream of owning a home is increasingly out of reach, and paying rent has become more expensive across the country. And the housing crisis has an impact on our economy. Without more homes in our communities, it is difficult for businesses to attract the workers they need to grow and succeed. And when people spend more of their income on housing, it means less money is being spent in our communities for necessities like groceries. Bill C-56 would enhance the goods and services tax rental rebate on new purpose-built rental housing to encourage the construction of more rental homes, including apartment buildings, student housing, seniors' residences across Canada. The enhanced rebate would apply to projects that began construction on or after September 14th, 2023, and on or before December 31st, 2030, and complete construction before 2036. For a two-bedroom rental unit that's valued at $500,000, the GST or the enhanced GST rental rebate would deliver $25,000 in tax relief. This is another tool to help create the necessary conditions to build the types of housing we need for that families can live in. The measure also removes restrictions in existing GST rules to ensure that public service bodies such as universities, public colleges, hospitals, charities, and qualifying nonprofits that build or purchase purpose-built rental housing are permitted to claim the 100% enhanced GST rental rebate. The government is also calling on provinces that currently apply the provincial sales tax or provincial portion of the harmonized sales tax to rental housing to join us by matching the rebate for new rental housing. And we're also requesting that local governments put an end to exclusionary zoning and encourage building apartments near public transit in order to have their Housing Accelerator Fund applications approved. Launched in March 2023, the Housing Accelerator Fund is a $4 billion initiative designed to help cities, towns, and Indigenous governments unlock new housing supply, about 100,000 units total, by speeding up development and approvals like fixing out-of-date permitting systems, introducing zoning reforms to build more density, and incentivizing development close to public transit. Every community across Canada needs to build more homes faster so we can reduce the cost of housing for everyone. Madam Speaker, we also need to stabilize the cost of groceries in Canada. Through the one-time grocery rebate in July, we delivered targeted inflation relief for 11 million low and modest income Canadians and families who need it the most with up to an extra $467 for eligible couples with 2 children and up to an extra $234 for single Canadians without children, including single seniors. This support was welcomed by Canadians, but we knew that more needed to be done to address the cost of groceries. This is why we're taking immediate steps to enhance competition across the Canadian economy with a focus on the grocery sector. To help stabilize costs for middle-class Canadians, through Bill C-56, the government is introducing a first set of legislative amendments to the Competition Act to provide the Competition Bureau with the powers to compel the production of information to conduct effective and complete market studies, remove the efficiencies defense, which currently allows anti-competitive mergers to survive challenges if corporate efficiencies offset the harm to competition, even when Canadian consumers would pay a higher price and have fewer choices. Empower the Bureau to take action against collaborations that stifle competition and consumer choice, in particular situations where large grocers prevent small competitors from establishing operations nearby. Madam Speaker, Bill C-56 builds on other measures that have been introduced to make life more affordable to Canadians, including delivering automatic advance payments of the Canada Workers' Benefit starting in July 2023 to provide up to $1,518 for eligible single workers and $2,616 for an eligible family split between 3 advance payments and a final payment after filing their 2023 tax return. Supporting about 3.5 million families annually through the tax-free Canada Child Benefit, with families this year receiving up to $7,437 per child up to the age of 6 and up to $6,275 per child age 6 through 17. Reducing fees for regulated childcare 50% on average, delivering regulated childcare costs that average just $10 a day by 2026, with 6 provinces and territories reducing childcare fees to $10 a day or less by April 2nd, 2023, and strengthening the childcare system in Quebec with more childcare spaces. This government is taking action, Madam Speaker, and again, more often than not, it's the Conservatives that are voting against it, that are holding it up, that are delaying the committees. Filibuster after filibuster after filibuster Madam Speaker. It's shocking to see, especially shocking because it's just blatant hypocrisy to come into this House, and I'm sure we'll hear speeches about how important it is to provide relief to Canadians. But when will those members speak to the Leader of the Opposition and their House Leader to say we need to get this legislation through?
Don't wait on it.
I wouldn't hold my breath, Madam Speaker, that they're going to do that. We've been now seeing for a lengthy period of time, again, delay after delay after delay. When will the actions of the Conservative Party match the rhetoric that occurs during question period? And grant them that, they love a good slogan, Madam Speaker. Love a good slogan. But let's take a look at their voting record. All of these things I've mentioned, they've either held up or voted against. They don't care. They only care about chaos in this place, Madam Speaker. They do not care, and it's truly unfortunate, because I believe some of them truly do care about their constituents and want to see these benefits flow to them. Some have said they're going to vote in favor of this legislation, but they remain silent when their leader holds it up in this place. This legislation has been debated quite a bit, Madam Speaker. The filibuster needs to end, and it's time to move forward. The new proposed housing and grocery support I outlined today will make it easier for Canadians to build more homes and help them thrive. It will help families with the growing cost of putting food on their table. The passage of C-56 will help us provide a brighter future for Canadians. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
And comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for his intervention. New Democrats will be supporting this to get work done here in the chamber because we're late on getting to some of the things that are important to Canadians, and some of the amendments that we're getting to the Competition Bureau are very important. My leader has put forth some of those elements, and this will get to a quicker result for Canadians. But I do want to raise a question as well, too. The member talked about important for constituents, and today my constituents are learning in horror that the government is allowing foreign workers to come in on the Nexstar battery assembly plant, and I'd like to know what he thinks about that because he comes from an auto sector, and whether he feels that there aren't enough Ontarians to fill these jobs, especially the fact that we are paying $15 billion and the provincial Conservatives and the federal Liberals are turning their backs on Ontario workers and then allowing foreign temporary workers to come in.
Hear, hear.
I'm not sure whether that question has to do with the bill, but I will allow the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to see if he wants to speak to that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'm happy to learn more information. I was prepared to debate this legislation. The member always brings up passionately issues related to him. I'm happy to look into that when I have some more time. I wish it was a question on this piece of legislation, but look forward to getting back to him later on that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I certainly found it interesting, and how especially that member seems to do backflips in order to somehow blame Conservatives for the fact that that government, even though they have this coalition confidence and supply agreement with the NDP, that they are unable to get legislation passed through this place. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if that member's forgotten, but he's actually a part of the governing party. He's a parliamentary secretary in the governing party, and they can't even pass their own legislation. And the level of incompetence in terms of their legislative, their ability to pass legislation is certainly astounding and speaks to why our country feels like everything is broken. But Madam Speaker, very specifically, I have a question for this member that relates directly to competition. We are hearing that there is a sense, I believe the year is 1995, there's the fewest number of startups in Canada. There's a lack of confidence for entrepreneurs, for business owners to start, to invest capital, and to bring forward those ideas that eventually become the successful companies that we have today. How can that member reconcile the rhetoric that we just heard for the last 10 minutes with the fact that there are fewer startups in Canada that are willing to take the risk today than there were when that government took office?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Conservative facts.
That was a very lengthy question, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for suggesting that I would be able to do a backflip, but the figurative backflips the honourable member was doing, I guess he's defending his party's filibuster of this legislation, which just dripping in hypocrisy to say that he stands up for Canadians but will speak and delay everything about this legislation. It's nice to him suggest that he'll vote in favor of ending this filibuster. I hope to see that when this motion comes to pass.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, we believe in free market and free trade. But the monopolies, the concept of free market and competition goes hand in hand. But monopolies and oligopolies, they create a burden for consumers through their dominance. I would like to ask the honourable member his view on how the Competition Bureau is getting strengthened so that it can go after the monopolistic or the big corporate players who try to squeeze out the small players, and how the competition actually helps Canadians.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Nepean for his question. There's not enough competition in this country, especially when it comes to groceries. Canadians can see that. Everyone here goes to the grocery store. Canadians go to the grocery store. We hear it from our constituents. And this bill is about strengthening the powers. I outlined those in detail in my speech. But it's important to get this passed, which is why we need to stop this filibuster. We need to get it to committee. Despite what the Conservatives will say, despite their delays, we're going to get it done. We're going to provide help to Canadians, despite what the Conservatives do. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to be able to rise and speak in terms of the types of things that the government can do in order to support Canadians in all regions of the country. And what you're witnessing in terms of Bill C-56 is a substantial piece of legislation with the intent to support Canadians. Unfortunately, as my colleague has pointed out, the Conservative Party has chosen once again to use this legislation as a way to slow down the process and proceed ahead in terms of preventing government wherever it can to stop legislation from ultimately passing. Now, I'll hold my breath in hopes that the Conservatives will wake up and understand the reality that Canadians are facing. You know, we often talk about the issue of inflation. There is no doubt that inflation is hurting people, Madam Speaker. Yes, it has improved. If you take a look at the bigger picture, in terms of Canada, let's say, compared to the United States, France, in fact, the G7 or even the G20 countries, Canada's doing relatively well on the inflation rate, Madam Speaker, on a worldwide basis. In fact, if you take a look at the last number of months, since June of 2022, where we had an inflation rate of just over 8%, and the significant gains that we've had in terms of bringing down that inflation rate. We're focused on doing that, Madam Speaker, because we recognize the harm that it causes to our economy and, most importantly, to Canadians. That's one of the reasons why we have been very targeted, whether it's legislation or budgetary measures, to give the brakes to Canadians. We want a government, an economy that works for all people, Madam Speaker. Unlike the Conservative Party, we believe in Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it. We understand and appreciate the importance of lifting people out of poverty. And we've demonstrated that, whether it's hundreds of thousands of children or hundreds of thousands of seniors. We recognize that the harm that it does, Madam Speaker. And that's why I look forward to the fall economic statement that's going to be coming out tomorrow from the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, who has been out in the communities, understanding and getting a better sense of the types of actions that we can take as a national government to provide the relief wherever we can in supporting Canadians. So the fall economic statement that we see tomorrow, what you will find is it will be a reflection of what it is that we have been hearing, whether it's individual members of Parliament bringing back our concerns to Ottawa, or it's the consultation work that different ministers, in particular the Minister of Finance, has been doing. We do this, Madam Speaker, because we understand the pressures that are on Canadian families. It's the reason why we develop programs of a national nature like the affordable child care, $10 a day child care, Madam Speaker. The reason why we bring in programs like the grocery rebate program. So when you think of Bill C-56, Madam Speaker, think of it in terms of the two aspects of housing and groceries. Fighting to stabilize the price of groceries is important to this government. You know, we often hear within the Competitions Act of the need for change, how we can improve that act. Bill C-56 is an attempt to not only improve it today, but also to establish that we will continue to look at ways in which we can modernize the act. But one of the significant improvements that we're seeing today in this legislation is using the efficiency argument, so that the Competition Bureau does not have to listen to companies saying, well, for efficiency purposes, we need to buy up that company. Think about it. The last time at one time we had 6 major grocery suppliers. Now we're down to 5. Why are we down to 5? Well, because when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister and the leader of the Conservative Party sat around that cabinet, Shoppers was bought out for billions of dollars, Madam Speaker. So we went from 6 to 5. And you'll even hear Conservatives today say that the way in which you ensure lower prices is you got to ensure that there's more competition. This legislation will go a long way in getting rid of the efficiency argument so that we're better able to ensure that there's going to be more competition, Madam Speaker. I would like to think that most people around the chamber would recognize that as a positive thing. It's one of the reasons why we shouldn't have to wait endlessly and accept ongoing filibustering from the Conservative Party. If they're serious about the cost of groceries, if they're serious about dealing with wanting to stabilize grocery prices, they should be supporting the amendments that are being brought forward to the Competition Act, to the amendments that it's going to enhance the Competition Bureau's ability to protect the interests of Canadians, Madam Speaker, of consumers. Action speaks louder than words, Madam Speaker. And we looked for the Conservative Party to start taking action. The other part of the legislation, and we often hear from Conservatives talk about the issue of housing. Often we hear them raise it, Madam Speaker. Yet when it comes to taking action, again, they sit on their backside and they do nothing but filibuster. This legislation is good, sound, solid legislation, and they say proof is in the pudding. Think about it. The federal government, through this legislation, is going to say for purpose-built rentals, they're not going to have to pay temporary, or GST, I should say, Madam Speaker. It is a sound idea. And I can say that because you have provincial entities in Canada today that are copying what it is that Ottawa's doing with respect to the PST. And in part, Madam Speaker, we need to recognize that when it comes to the issue of housing, that it's just not the federal government of Canada that has to deal with the issue. The federal government of Canada has a role to play, yes. And no government in the last 30, 40, 50 years has played a stronger role on housing than this Prime Minister and this government. No government has, Madam Speaker. You want to talk about a disaster, take a look in terms of the previous Harper government and the lack of attention that the Harper government gave to housing. Contrast that to today's government, where we brought in a national housing strategy, the first of its kind, billions and billions of dollars of investment, Madam Speaker. You can talk in terms of what it is as a government that we have done to support things such as housing co-ops. other nonprofit organizations in building nonprofit housings, our investment in the tens of thousands of housing units. And when I say tens of thousands, it's well over 150. I'm a bit of a guesstimate. I'd say it's probably closer to 250,000. Where the federal government continues to support based on income, at least in good part, by working with provinces. And it highlights the fact, Madam Speaker, when you talk about the housing crisis, the Liberal Party, or this government's approach, is to work with the stakeholders, work with the provinces and the municipalities. The Conservatives' approach is to hit them with a stick. Madam Speaker, as I say, we play an important role that I believe we have been fulfilling, because not only from a legislation like today, but from a budgetary purpose, we are actually materializing, and we are demonstrating that leadership. But cities also need to play a role in terms of zonings, things like zoning. Provinces also have to play a role. Madam Speaker, we are working with other jurisdictions. We have brought in programs through the Housing Accelerating Program, for example, that ensures that there's a higher sense of cooperation on the housing file. As a government, I can assure you, whether it's the Prime Minister, the Cabinet Ministers, or the Liberal caucus as a whole, we will continue to deal with the issues of inflation, price on groceries, and affordable homes, Madam Speaker, in the best way that we can, because as a government we are concerned and care about Canadians and their well-being, Madam Speaker, and that's why we work every day to try to make a difference in working with different governments at the same time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I heard the honourable member talk about how Liberals believe in the middle class. And you know what? I'd like to believe in Santa Claus too, but at the end of the day, it's the workers who make the presents for the kids. And so my question through you to the honourable member, if they believed in the middle class like he says he did, why is it that they abolished that ministry they had? You recall the ministry, Madam Speaker. It was a minister of the middle class and those working hard to join them. How insulting is it to the working class to suggest that they're not working hard enough to make ends meet? So my question through you to the honourable member, is it his assertion that working class people just aren't working hard enough to make it to the middle class?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, if you were to go over Hansard, what you will find is the terminology of Canada's middle class was brought to a new level when the current Prime Minister was elected leader of the Liberal Party. No government has been more focused on dealing with Canada's middle class than this Prime Minister and this government. And we have seen that from the very first action that we had taken in terms of reducing the taxes of Canada's middle class, in which I'll remind the member opposite that the NDP voted against. At the same time we brought in that, Madam Speaker, we helped finance that by putting a special tax on Canada's 1% wealthiest, Madam Speaker. And I'll remind my colleague across the way, the NDP voted against that too. Madam Speaker, so whether it was in the first few months of government back in 2015, 2016, to today, we continue to support Canada's middle class by bringing in social programs such as the universal child care program, $10 a day daycare, or the dental programs, Madam Speaker. There is so much that we've done, but so much more that we can do, and that's why we continue to work every day of the week. Thank you, Madam.
Questions and comments? The honourable member. Order. Throughout even during the speech, so I stopped the clock, I could hear individuals either thinking out loud or having conversations between each other. So, and then when the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary was answering, there were other members who didn't get up to ask questions initially, who decided to try to join into that discussion. And I would just ask members to please wait till the appropriate time to be able to ask questions and comments. Therefore, questions and comments. The Honourable Member Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. And I listened to my colleague's speech, and I am absolutely puzzled as to what
he said. And not only puzzled as to what he said, but the audacity to imply that Canadians have never had it so good because of this Liberal government. I will remind this member and the Liberal government that he is so loyal to that 2%, that is the amount that interest rates have risen as a result of this government's inflationary spending. That means that on a $500,000 mortgage, the average family will be paying $10,000 more per year in interest alone. How can he stand there and defend this government's record and put us as Conservatives down when we've been calling for an end to this inflationary spending, when it's that side of the House that's the problem?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I look over across the way and I see this cloud of darkness and depressing. And you know, Madam Speaker, what...
Just asked a question. There is no opportunity for rebuttal unless I go to questions and comments. So I would ask the Honourable Member to please respect the rules of the House and to give the Honourable Member an opportunity to answer the question, which I'm sure that he wants to hear the answer to. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what I'm talking about is that the Conservative members of Canada today tour the country to spread a misinformation. They try to give the impression to all Canadians that Canada is broken. Well, Madam Speaker, I would take that member or any member of the Conservative caucus at any point in time, welcome them to come to Winnipeg North and have that debate in my constituency. I'd welcome that opportunity. There's many things in which we can still continue to work on to improve the conditions of Canadians, Madam Speaker, but to try to give a false impression that Canada is broken or that Canada is far much worse than other countries in the world, I think is misleading at best, Madam Speaker.
I have a point of order. The Honourable Member Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Madam Speaker, he just invited me to his riding. I'd like to invite him to Kamloops Thompson.
Those are points of debate. I want to remind members to use point of orders appropriately to ensure that the time for the House is very well respected. The Honourable Member for Nepean, questions and comments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With globalization collapsing and the constraints in the supply chains has raised the prices of many goods in Canada. Also in Canada, several sectors are being controlled by few corporate players, curbing competition. And competition is required so that Canadians can get the goods at very affordable price. So I just want to ask Honourable Member his opinion on how we are strengthening the Competition Bureau through this act.
From the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The most significant thing that we're doing within the legislation with respect to the question is that we're getting rid of the efficiency argument. So a company that wants to acquire another company, for example, is not going to be able to say, well, for efficiency purposes, it's in our best interest to be able to acquire that particular company, and we will be able to deliver those goods to Canadians. It's a different way in which the Competition Bureau is going to be able to assess and get better, I would ultimately argue, better overall review of the marketplace and make better decisions that's in the best interest of consumers in Canada. And that's a good thing. More competition, the better it is.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's great to see that marriage counseling is working. As we have a motion debated today which not only brings one bill from the Liberals, it brings the other bill from the NDP, and literally on paper they're coming together. But I hate to break it to them, Madam Speaker, this motion and this bill is weak. In short, the changes that are being brought through, some of them we've agreed to, of course, that the market powers, increase the maximum fixed penalty amounts for abuse of dominance be increased, that we ensure that the legal test for abuse of dominant prohibition orders be significantly met. We've agreed to that. But, Madam Speaker, none of this is going to lower grocery prices today. And when this government sits across us and argues, for some reason, that we're holding it up, when we've been emphatic in trying to push this forward, Madam Speaker, the main part of this that the member brought up, the efficiencies offence, was actually my idea, brought to this House in first reading in June. Conservatives have been trying to change competition, trying to change the Competition Act, and we are here today debating the merits of competition as a whole, but certainly in this bill, this is weak, it's not going to change it, and we want to see courage We have the highest fees in the world that Canadians are paying for right now. Grocery, airline, cell phone, bank fees, but it's only the courage to change the entire Competition Act will actually change the way we look and view and approach competition as the country. When we look at the Competition Bureau, for Canadians listening at home, you have to think of them as the police force, as the law enforcement agency. They are tasked under the laws given by this place to go out and enforce those rules, to do two things and two things only: to stop the abusive nature of big, bossy, dominant companies, or to ensure that small, competitive players who want to enter the market can do so in a fair and equitable way. The price that Canadians pay for goods and services is through a strong competitive market. And Madam Speaker, Canadians are paying the highest prices in the world for some of the most dominant markets in the world. And if you want to look at the main difference between American and Canadian competition laws, the competition laws in the US, they ask, is the consumer better off? While in Canada, they ask only one thing better: is the company better off? Madam Speaker, after 8 years, Canadians are paying some of the highest fees in the world for airlines, for banking, for credit card fees, for bank fees, and for groceries. And it's only now, after we've seen, after 8 years, some of the highest inflation rates in the last 40 years, that Canadians are seeing that all these prices are too much, and competition is, of course, laying its head in front of Canadians and in front of this place. And if Canadian companies were a board game, it would, of course, be the Canadian game of Monopoly. And, you know, kids hate this game. You know, they take their dice and they roll it, and they land on RBC and Scotiabank, and they land on Rogers and TELUS and Air Canada and WestJet. They roll it, they land on InBev or Molson Coors Brewery, and every time they pass go, they lose $200. You know, we look at, when it comes to kids playing this game, they go bankrupt very easily. And it's because the game of Monopoly is flawed, and the game of Monopoly results in Canadians losing every single time. Madam Speaker, after 8 years of this government, these competition laws that they're trying to make are not going to be the ones that we need. They're not brave enough. They're not strong enough. And after 8 years, Canadians are going to be still paying the highest fees for almost everything in their life. Madam Speaker, before I finish, I want to make an amendment that we're going to be making to this, that I move, second by the member from Kenora, that the motion be amended by inserting after C, 2, and B the following: and that the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, and the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities be ordered to appear as witnesses for no less than 2 hours each.
Come on. Oops. Mr. Williams, seconded by Mr. Malillo, moves the following amendment: that the motion be amended by inserting after C, II, the following: and that the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, and the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities be ordered to appear as witnesses for no less than 2 hours each. The amendment is in order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I must admit I'm a little bit surprised. I appreciate, who knows, I might get another opportunity to address the legislation as a result. But what surprises me, Madam Speaker, is the fact that the Conservatives, again, they're bringing in a motion in an attempt to cause an additional delay in passing the bill. Yet when we look at the fundamentals of the bill, the member himself says, oh, I kind of agree with this part. And we have provinces that agree with the other part because they're invoking an exemption for the PST. Why is it? Why are the Conservatives so reckless when it comes to actually coming up with smart things to say and taking good actions in the best interest of Canadians? Why are they found so lacking in good intent?
Honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's nice to hear the member talking about competition again. You know, at the end of the day, there's a lot of different problems with our Competition Act, and the number one is abuse of dominance by large, bossy monopolies and corporations, and number two is we just can't get companies to start up. When we look at the changes that the government's proposed, they're just not going to do the things that we need to do to change the Competition Act for good. That is to stop the dominance, and that's to ensure that the startups can start up. We need to start starting instead of start stopping. And at the end of the day, we need to make sure that there's a brave new face and changes to this Competition Act. Of course, we want the ministers at the committee. We want to look at a lot of good amendments from our side of the House to make this Competition Act stronger. This Act is not going to be stronger after this bill goes through. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then comments. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I have to say, I have to hand it to the honourable member. I rather enjoy his analysis on monopoly capitalism, and he's spoken at length about the ways in which the dominance of corporations have concentrated their power in this stage of capitalism. And so I'm wondering if the honourable member would find common ground with me and agree that the battle of competition is fought by cheapening of commodities. The cheapness of commodities depends, ceteris paribus, on the productiveness of labor, and this again on the scale of production. Therefore, larger capital defeats smaller. Further, the credit system, which begins as a modest helper of accumulation, soon becomes a new and formidable weapon in the competitive struggle and finally transforms itself into an immense social mechanism for the centralization of capital. Would the honourable member agree with that economic theory? It could have been Adam Smith.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, Madam Speaker, even Adam Smith believed in regulations. I want to talk about one thing to respond to that, and that's going to be the banking sector. We have a bill coming forward to open up banking as a whole for competition. I hope the member across can support it. It's open banking, which is going to allow, and it's provision that allows any major small competitor to enter the market, which is right now dominated by 6 oligopolies in the banking sector, controlling 93% of the banking aspects and 87% of mortgages. Open banking just changes the rules to allow that capital to be spread around. The capital is, of course, Madam Speaker, your data, and ensuring that other people can get your financial data, then bank you. I'm hoping the member can support that. We have a bill going forward to push through open banking, and that's going to open up this monopolistic system in banking sector. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Speaker, I'm glad that the member agrees that the competition is a good thing. In Canada, several sectors from banking to telecom to consumer staples, we have few companies dominating the market, curbing competition. That's driving up the prices. The member mentioned about the efficiency factor that is being used in the past to join companies together and bring down competition. Can you elaborate on that, please?
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. The Efficiencies Defence, which currently sits in the Competition Act, which allows one company to merge with another, not because of dominance and marketing power. They look at it specifically if one company is able to save money by merging with the other, and most times that's job losses. The number one case that examined this was Superior Propane, which was the number one market share for propane, which merged with the number two market share. And the Efficiencies Defence, this anomaly that we had in the Canadian competition law, allowed those two companies to merge, even though they held over 85% of the market share. And of course, this was something that when I introduced in June, it was low-hanging fruit. This needs to go. I think all parties in this House agree to that. Madam Speaker, when we look across this country right now and we look at heating, and we look to, of course, heating oil, which has had the carbon tax shaved off of it, propane is what a lot of communities use to heat. And of course, that is something that we should also see, not only the abuse of dominance from one company for the Efficiencies Defence, but we should also ensure that carbon tax comes off propane as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the work that my colleague has done on this matter. And I know specifically one of the bills that was co-opted actually by the Liberals when it comes to making sure that there is increased competition in Canada, and certainly this could cover a whole range of subjects. But I have two questions I'd like to ask my colleague from Bay of Quinte. First is about the process that we are debating here today. This certainly, to me, appears like an attack on our democratic institutions. The fact that the Liberals, incapable and incompetent to be able to pursue their agenda, are having to program the work that this place and its committees do, is certainly troubling. And the fact that it speaks to, ironically, when talking about something like competition, it seems antithetical that you would have the Liberals shutting down the ability for discourse to take place and highlighting, I would suggest, that they are incapable at actually accomplishing their legislative agenda. So that's the first question. It's the process and what I would suggest, Madam Speaker, and his attack on our democratic institutions. The second question that I would ask my honourable colleague is one of the increasing concerns that we hear from across Canada, Madam Speaker, is the fact that we have fewer startups than ever before. In the last 3 or so decades, there are fewer companies starting up, Madam Speaker. So I'm wondering if, first, on the attack on our democratic institutions through a programming motion, and second, the fact that people are simply not able to or not willing to take risks to create businesses and be those entrepreneurs that Canadians are known to be.
Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the question. Number one, when it comes to promoting our democracy, this competition law and competition act, it's been around since the 60s, I think even since 1911 in Canada. We haven't changed the Competition Act much since 1986. So when it comes to looking at and debate in this House of competition, which right now is probably one of the top concerns, affordability for Canadians, certainly we should be taking all the time we can in this House and in committee to make sure it's done right. Number B in this programming motion gives more power to the minister, which is not right. When we look at an arm's length institution, the Competition Bureau, which is supposed to act impartial from the government or free of political interference, this bill right now gives more power to the minister to have that power to interfere, and that is not right. When it comes to startups, Madam Speaker, Canada has 100,000 fewer entrepreneurs compared to 20 years ago. And when we look at trying to make sure there's more competition in Canada, more entrants, we need more startups. We need to start starting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then comments, the Honourable Member Hamilton Mountain. Oh, sorry, Hamilton Centre, yes.
Maybe someday Hamilton Mountain will be sitting in this section. What I would say, Madam Speaker, when I asked the honourable member about the commodification of the production of labour, we were clearly talking about the commodification of wages. And I would love for him to answer that question. It was a good, fair question, one that I think underscores much of his arguments. So I would like him to determine today whether he agrees with that statement, and secondly, whether he agrees with the analysis that the long-cherished freedom of competition has reached the end of its tether and is compelled to announce its own palpable bankruptcy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, to answer the member's first question, when we're looking at the success of Canadians and the success of Canadian families, we're looking at, I think we can all agree, GDP per capita, which means what are we bringing home to create powerful paychecks for workers, for Canadian families, to ensure that when we look at the highest inflation after 8 years, that Canadians are bringing more wealth home. I think we can agree that when we have competitors or small startups or companies that are creating a value or a system of wealth for Canadians in which to buy and to be competitive about, we are creating powerful paychecks. That's good for all of those people. When we look at competition as a whole, we then need to make sure that we change the laws to ensure that big, bossy conglomerates aren't stopping those small competitors, those small entrepreneurs from being able to start up in Canada to create those powerful paychecks. And of course, when they get bigger, a lot of times there are unions involved and great things for workers. So we want to do all those things, but we have to change the Competition Act. We have to be brave in doing that. I hope the member can join me in making sure we make actual real changes that change competition in Canada.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will begin by informing you that I will be sharing my time with the member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. That is a rather long riding name. There are many long riding names, including mine and including my colleagues. Madam Speaker, today we are debating motion C30. Motion number 30, which would shorten debate on Bill C56. C56. What C56 seeks to do is to enact a GST break on construction of rental housing. And C56 would also give more power to the Competition Bureau to be able to investigate and to be able to compel the production of documents, which wasn't the case in the past. Now, we are now debating the government's motion rather than the bill because, unfortunately, the government is proceeding through time allocation once again. It's rather sad. And I will explain my thoughts on this, Madam Speaker, but what is sad is that this government seems to govern through time allocation. It's just time allocation after time allocation after time allocation. And the government, of course, claims that it's doing so to prevent conservative filibustering. And I can't say that the Conservatives don't filibuster. They do. But I do feel that the government is really overusing this maneuver. And we in the Bloc Québécois, Madam Speaker, we're open to speeding up debate because the government said that speeding up debate would lead to faster housing starts or more housing starts. And we do support giving more power to the Competition Bureau. So we do support the measures in C56. So we're very open to sending C56 to committee for further study, Madam Speaker. But the Bloc Québécois has other concerns. In fact, there's one concern that we've been insisting on for weeks and weeks now, and that is the Canada Emergency Business Account. The Canada Emergency Business Account was set up during the pandemic to offer $40,000 loans to small businesses, and 10,000 of the 40,000 were forgivable if the rest was to be reimbursed within 3 years. But the problem with that, as we know, is that after the pandemic, there was an inflation crisis. And there was also a significant increase in interest rates. So the economy is in a difficult spot. So these businesses, which had already suffered and struggled during the pandemic, many of them were no longer even able to stay open during the pandemic for health reasons. And we needed to support businesses. We still need to support businesses. And that's why CEBA was set up. We supported it. We still support it. But the government, though, said that the businesses would have to pay back their loans. We agreed with that because all loans are meant to be paid back at some point. But that said, we should not be endangering Quebec's businesses. We need to be judicious and flexible. So why am I talking about CEBA, Madam Speaker, while we are discussing C56, or more specifically, Motion 30? Well, I'm bringing up CEBA because we asked the government to be more flexible for Quebec's businesses. And we said that that might make us more willing to speed the passage of C56. But the government, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, didn't listen to the Bloc Québécois. The government decided that businesses should continue to struggle, to be at risk of closing. And I'm talking about this today because everywhere in my riding, everywhere I go, my constituents talk to me about this. They say, my sales are decreasing, my sales are not as expected, business is not as expected, business has not come back as usual as it was before COVID. And that's the situation. But Madam Speaker, the government has not been listening to us. We have been asking about CEBA and loan repayment for weeks. And what has the government said? They said, oh, we've given them an extension, 18 days. 18 days, Madam Speaker? I don't think that's enough time for the average small and medium business to find $40,000. So it's just unacceptable, Madam Speaker, and that's the situation with the Liberals as they are today. So we decided to try to speak to the NDP about this, but we know that the NDP are very easily bought. They do everything the government wants, all the government's bidding. So now it's the Liberals and the NDP's fault that Quebecers and Quebec business owners will continue to struggle, and we're going to continue to stand up and defend businesses and their right to have more flexibility. Because on January 18th, if they want to get back their $10,000, they will get a loan, but a loan with huge interest rates, with the current interest rates high as they are. And we know that businesses won't be able to make it through that, Madam Speaker. Now, back to C-56. As I was saying earlier, C-56 would eliminate the GST on construction of purpose-built rental housing. The government claims that with that measure, it will solve the housing crisis. Well, not necessarily, but they say they're going to really put a dent in the housing crisis. Well, we have a caveat, though. Will it really make a huge difference? It might make some construction projects more profitable, given the increase of interest rates. So it might be helpful, but we would have liked this measure to be studied. The government should have studied the impact that this bill will really have on housing prices and housing availability. But no, they just came up with this measure, they pulled it out of a hat out of nowhere, and they said, well, this is how we're going to tackle the housing crisis. And then they hastily announced it. So, sure, this will very likely have a positive effect on housing starts and building, but we don't actually have any data to base that supposition on. In a market, when you have supply and demand, how things usually work is you have market price for housing. But currently, the market price for housing is incredibly high. So housing units are sold at very high prices. But sadly, some will in fact profit from a decrease. So the effect, what I'm really saying is that the effect could be sad because this 5% decrease, this reimbursement of 5% GST for purpose-built rental housing, well, there's no guarantee that these new builds will be affordable housing or will be social housing. In fact, it's basically guaranteed that it won't be for social housing because social housing isn't even eligible for this, Madam Speaker. So let's say a city decides to build some units, but that type of unit is already not included in the program. And if it's not-for-profits or co-op housing, they already have other regulations. So C-56 will not help build more social housing or low-cost housing. It will help, of course, build expensive housing. So then the government says, okay, so we'll clarify things in the regulations. But nothing is guaranteed. We have no guarantee that exemptions will actually help people, that it will help people paying insanely high prices. There's no guarantee that C-56 and the GST measure will help build reasonably priced housing. It could be that it will help build $3,000 to $5,000 a month housing. Certainly not affordable housing, Madam Speaker. And I find this sad. Unfortunately, the government thinks that they're going to solve the housing crisis, but this measure is not a cure-all. Now, I would also like to talk about the Competition Bureau. The minister recently rose in the House and said, I have fixed the problem. I have spoken to owners of big grocery chains, and now there will be no more issues. Prices will go down. Then 1 week later, he came back in this place and said, oh, I've seen the flyers, and there are some good deals in the flyers. So the minister feels that he solved the inflation crisis by talking to CEOs once and seeing some good deals in the flyers. Well, the inflation crisis is not fixed. That issue is not fixed. And as for the housing crisis, now there's some positive. And in C-56, there are some measures which should give more power to the Competition Bureau to oversee the actions of businesses, but the problems won't be solved overnight. And as for the 5% it might have an impact long term, but it certainly won't have an impact short term.
The honourable member's time is up. Questions and comments?
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask the honourable member his views on the competition levels that is in existence in several sectors in Canadian economy, from banking sector to telecom sector to consumer staples and so many other sectors. Competition actually brings down the prices, helps the consumers, and when few corporate players dominate any market through their profiteering objective, creates an undue burden on the consumers. So I would like to ask the honourable member his views on the competition.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague is asking whether I think there are some good things about competition in this bill. Yes, obviously, and I think I said that. The fact that before arrangements could be made among competitors to eliminate another one, but now the idea of competition will be eliminated. You can make arrangements still to get rid of some of the competition, but it might help with competitiveness. But is it going to profoundly change things in the short term? Because the inflation crisis is a short-term crisis. The grocery crisis is a short-term crisis. And unfortunately, this won't make any difference in the short run. It's going to take a long time before this legislation has any measurable impact. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to quickly ask my colleague a quick question about housing costs. Quebec doesn't have the same definition as Canada, the same definition of affordable housing, and it can make quite a difference because affordable in the federal perspective is different from Quebec's. So I'd like to hear from my colleague about the Quebec model that was developed with communities for community housing. The honourable member for Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague's question is a really good one because there was an envelope for housing, $100 million, and unfortunately it took a long time for that money to be available to cities and Quebec City to build new affordable housing in Quebec. But the main reason, or one of the reasons for the deadlocked negotiations, was that the federal government considers affordable $2,000 or $2,500 a month rent. But for people to afford that, they'd be paying right up to their eyeballs. So what Ottawa considers affordable is a lot more than what Quebec City considers affordable and what Quebecers consider affordable. So there was a lot of negotiation. Quebec had to defend its viewpoint on what affordable rent was, and we said that was much lower than $2,500 a month or $2,000 a month. So many people could never afford that. It's unthinkable.
Questions et commentaires? The honourable from Nepean.
I would like to ask the honourable member whether he agrees that at every given opportunity as legislatures, we need to consider legislation that has got the immediate impact, the medium-term impact, and the long-term impact. Is that not part of this particular legislation?
L'honorable député Pierre Boucher.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères, has just over a minute to answer. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I didn't really understand the question. I was listening to the interpretation and the sound was very weak. But I would add one thing I would have liked to raise in my speech on this bill, well, the motion that deals with C-56. The problem is when you talk about the housing crisis, people never talk about demand. All they talk about is supply, that they have to increase the supply of housing. But that takes a long time. But demand is increasing quickly thanks to what this government is doing. And the government, it's a bit of doublespeak because the federal government is increasing the number of people coming to Canada from abroad. And you can't suggest that adding people will cause things to will bring rents down. No, it's going to put more pressure on the existing housing supply and make rents go up. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik, AU. Madam Speaker, first of all, I'd like to give a shout out to the people of my riding and pay tribute to the Cree Nation following the death of Charlie Washipabano, who was a member of the Abitibi-Temiskaming Hockey Council and coordinator of sports and recreation programs. I take the floor to speak on motion M30, which puts time allocation and changes on C56. The government's motion would authorize the Finance Committee to expand the scope of the bill and make 3 changes to it. First, to increase the amount of fines, which comes straight from Bill C-352, which would amend the Competition Act. And many of these things would have become moot with the passage of C-56. So increasing the maximum fine for abuse of a dominant position to $25 million for a first offense and $35 million for subsequent offenses in situations where the amount is 3 times the value of the advantage gained. And for a big company, the maximum fine could be even higher and could be 3 times the value of the benefit gained. The second and third changes, abuse of dominant position and investigative powers when the Competition Bureau does a market study. Now, these really are pointless, and let me explain. Allowing the Competition Bureau to investigate whether as a market study, whether the minister should require consultations before the study, the Competition Bureau already has significant powers, forcing witnesses to appear, requiring documents and searches if necessary. So they have those powers when they investigate a clear offense after there's been a report and a proper investigation. So the investigation is quasi-criminal. And the Bureau has no real powers. For example, in its report on competition among grocery chains, published in June 2023, the Bureau indicated that grocery stores didn't really cooperate with the study. They refused to provide documents that were requested, and they refused to answer some of the Bureau's questions. Motion M30 would make a change in how the Competition Bureau currently conducts its market studies, but it doesn't really change much in terms of the current practice. And in the third change, which is to review the legal criteria for an order, an injunction in the case of a dominant position being abused, if there was any other anti-competitive behavior, this would apparently reduce competition significantly. But everyone knows there's a serious housing crisis in Quebec and all across Canada. Often people talk about higher rents and a shortage of housing in the major cities, but it's also a reality in regional areas and smaller towns. The housing crisis is in its 18th year, and the effects are being felt in towns and cities and communities in my riding. For example, in Val d'Or, the occupancy rate is now around, or the vacancy rate is around 1.4%, which is causing rents to go up by over 5%. The shortage of housing is affecting the most vulnerable people, single parents, women, young people, seniors, First Nations and Inuit people, and so on. Unfortunately, often these people are forced to live in houses that are not suitable for their situation. And it's also important to pay attention to the number of unhoused people that this crisis is causing. this problem is only growing worse. There's also the housing supply, the social housing supply that's getting older. It needs to be renovated and as quickly as possible. And while at the same time making sure that this housing is still available to people who need it. In its National Housing Strategy adopted in 2017, well, that strategy is far from reaching its goals, and the funding is lacking. Nothing about M30 will add any value to C56 when it comes to housing. There's no guarantee that rents will come down. It would be surprising that an owner might choose to lower rents simply because they didn't have to pay GST on the purchase of a new building. And we mustn't forget that mortgage payments will also be passed on by landowners to renters. I understand the intention behind this motion, but whatever form the GST refund takes, it will only apply to future rental housing. I represent Nunavik, where the impact of a shortage of housing is ongoing and significant. In Nunavik, 47% of Inuit live in overcrowded housing versus 7% on average for the rest of Quebec. It's 7 times worse. The problem of housing in the far north is not anything new. This was discussed back in the 90s when Ottawa stopped funding construction for 5 years. So this shortfall has to be made up for. It has to be done now. We have a moral responsibility on a nation-to-nation basis to ensure that the Inuit live in decent housing. It's not rare for up to 8 people to be living under the same roof in a small apartment. And the consequences on the people that live in these overcrowded situations without any real privacy, their quality of living is affected. Around 1,000 households are hoping to find better housing, but only 100 or so are built every year. The cost of construction is sky high, at least 3 times higher than in southern Quebec. And the material comes by boat, and it's difficult to build more than 100 units per year. So at that rate, we will never keep pace with population growth. The housing shortage also affects the economy. Big mining and forestry companies would like to bring more workers into the region, but they hit a wall when it comes time to house them. Companies have no other choice but to rent houses and apartments for workers who fly in and fly out. As the spokesperson for Family, Children and Social Development, it's important to me to deal with these consequences that the housing shortage has on families and children. FRAPRU, an advocacy organization, says that 3 out of 5 rental families will have to curtail their activities, clothing, and even food in order to pay their rent. No less than 30% of parents with children under 5 live in housing that doesn't meet their needs. What are we waiting for? The time to act is now. Thank you.
The honourable member agrees that the competition is good for Canadian consumers. Speaker of Speaker in this House have mentioned that the sort of monopolistic tendencies some big corporate players are displaying in several sectors in the economy is hurting consumers. The honourable member mentioned about the penalties that are proposed in the proposed legislation. I just want to ask her to clarify whether she is happy with the size of penalties that are being proposed, or she has got any proposal to make any changes to that.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming, James Bay, Nunavik AU. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The current strategy is not effective, and we're heading for a truly tragic situation nationally. There's a labor shortage, there's a housing shortage, and these are disastrous for the economy. So the government needs to act as swiftly as possible to support the population of Quebec and Canada.
Center.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The honourable member will know quite well, perhaps better than most in this House, that people living in northern, rural, and remote communities have seen the high prices of groceries for decades rise up due to the lack of competition and high costs associated with bringing goods to their communities. So I would wonder if the honourable member would agree that programs like Nutrition North must be made into social programs so people can afford food, and not subsidy programs for companies to continue to make massive profits from.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. In the far north, in Quebec, the Inuit and the Cree, what they need is federal support. There are food banks. There's a shortage of food in those food banks. And the food that's sent to northern Quebec is often expired before it even gets there. It comes by boat. So the people need support. There's a high level of and an increasing level of suicide in these regions.
The honourable member, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Look, today we're seeing another thing happen over again. It happens over and over. Another time allocation motion between the Liberals and the NDP. I'd invite the NDP to think twice about this. Have they changed parties? They used to oppose time allocation motions. So given the current crisis, for a couple of months now, the government tabled this bill a couple of months ago, and in 2 months they haven't managed to convince the opposition parties to pass this quickly because it's not all that great. So I'd like my colleague to share her opinion on the fact that the government says this bill is going to be miraculous in dealing with the cost of living and the housing crisis. If it's so miraculous, why is it taking 2 months and now time allocation to get it pushed through? The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, indeed. Why do we need this motion when this is supposed to be supporting the people economically? So it raises serious questions. They tabled this bill 2 months ago, and since then nothing's happened. But we were calling for urgent action because the public needs this help.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
So, Madam Speaker, I wonder if the member could just provide her thoughts in regards to the importance in terms of the legislation ultimately having a positive impact on Canadian consumers and future purpose-built house builds that are going to be taking place. Does she believe that it will really contribute in a positive fashion?
L'honorable député de Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay. A quick answer, please. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I don't think this is going to fully meet the current needs for rental units. Hopefully there will be some amendments at committee, and then we'll have more clarity, because as things stand, it's not all that clear.
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and speak to today's motion. As will come as a surprise to nobody in this place, Canada is facing a housing crisis. And it's not a recent housing crisis, but as time passes, it gets worse and worse and worse. My father used to offer an anecdote regularly, particularly when talking about the environmental crisis that we're facing. And he would talk about lily ponds. And one of the features of the growth of lily pads is that they grow exponentially. And so it starts with one, and then the next day there's two, and the next day there's four.
And the lesson, both for the environmental crisis, I don't want to diminish that in any way, but also in terms of the housing crisis and where we find ourselves in the housing crisis, is that the day before the entire pond is full of lily pads, it's only half full. And so to a spectator who doesn't know anything about exponential rates of growth for lily pads on the lake, they might come by the lake and say, oh, well, there's lots of lake there. There's lots of time. Certainly the lily pads are coming in, but it's not that bad. We've still got half the lake. And as I say, there's an important lesson for that when it comes to the environment and the climate crisis that we're facing and the accelerating rate of change. But it's also important to understand the housing crisis, because we're now at the point where the lake is full. We don't have any more time to act. We have to start repairing the situation right away. So there is a sense of urgency. It's why when we came back to the House after summer, we were pleased to see the government have an idea that they wanted to move forward in respect of housing and something new and tangible that New Democrats have been calling for a long time and that many stakeholders have been calling for a long time, which was to eliminate the GST on purpose-built rental. For our side, that we wanted to see that done as part of a comprehensive housing strategy. And we certainly do not agree that what the Liberals call a national housing strategy since 2015 is that. It's clear that it's missing many components and that even the components that are there have not been effective in meeting the challenge that we face in Canada. So we were glad to see the government taking some good ideas from stakeholders and indeed from the NDP and saying this is something that we want to move forward on. But our problem was that we knew in respect of the changes to the Competition Act that they were inadequate. We know this because our own leader, the member for Burnaby South, has done a lot of work on the Competition Act and proposed a suite of changes to the Competition Act right around the same time. And so we wanted to see the changes proposed for the Competition Act in C-56 take the stronger tone that our leader has taken and doesn't shy away from taking when it comes to talking back to corporate Canada and letting them know that we see the role of government to require them to do right by Canadians, to not exploit their market position, to gouge Canadians. That's something we're not shy about, and it's something we believe the government should not be shy about. It's why we run to form a government that isn't shy about taking corporate greed to task. But in the meantime, we want to get as much done in that regard as we can, working with the Parliament that Canadians elected. So there was work to do on strengthening the Competition Act provisions. And we also, when it came to housing, wanted to see, as I say, a more comprehensive strategy, more initiatives, particularly to focus on building more non-market units in Canada. Because the fact of the matter is, no matter how many market units are created, there's going to be a lot of people that can't afford and can't access those market units. And when we build non-market units, whether that's in co-op housing or whether it's social housing where rent is geared to income, or whether it's investing in projects alongside the private market to ensure that there are at least some suites that have a below market value, whatever the combination of those things are, we know that that also helps relieve pressure on the housing market, because there are people who are sacrificing their prescription drugs and people who are sacrificing their food in order to pay market rent. And when they get an option to be able to rent a house that needs, or a home that meets the needs of their family and allows them to have that extra money left over for essentials like food and medicine, that frees up market units for those who can afford them, but may nevertheless be struggling to access them. So one glaring oversight in Bill C-56 was that it excluded, without any good reason, cooperative housing from getting a break on the GST for purpose-built rental. That was something we definitely needed to fix, and we've received a commitment from the government to fix it at committee, along with some changes to strengthen the Competition Act. I mean, all you have to do is look at the latest case of the Rogers-Shaw merger to know how frustrating it is for a Competition Bureau that wants to do its job. They couldn't compel evidence from Rogers or Shaw. That's something that's going to change here, where the Competition Bureau will be empowered to require certain kinds of evidence from the folks they're investigating. It also means that when the Commissioner of Competition believes that a market study is required, that the Bureau will be able to embark upon that on its own initiative, something we think is also very important. And we also argued for tougher fines for companies that do break the rules. Not just tougher fines generally, but also for recidivist corporations that don't learn the lesson the first time, that those penalties increase in order to deter companies from continuing to do things that they know full well they shouldn't be doing. So the government has agreed to this suite of changes. We will continue to press, because another thing we think ought to have been included here in respect of the GST exemption were projects that had already received a commitment of some kind of funding through the various programs of the National Housing Strategy. We know that not enough projects are getting funded under that strategy as it is. But for the ones who have been funded, some of those projects have been put on hold. Why? Because of rising interest rates. And so that means in order for the project to proceed, they have to find more money. They either have to do that through private fundraising, which is a very challenging time to do that at the best of times, or they have to increase the amount of government grants in their project, or they too could benefit from the GST exemption, and we don't think they should be excluded just because the project started before September 14th of this year. Extending the GST rebate to nonprofit housing projects that the government has already agreed to fund in order to make their project work after a year of punishing interest rate increases, we think is a small thing that this government can do to ensure that the people out there in our communities already doing great work to build housing that Canadians can afford don't have that work stymied by rising interest rates, but see something in their budget that makes it work. And removing the GST is the simplest way to do it. The government will collect no GST from these projects if they don't move forward because of the business case being ruined by rising interest rates. So to waive the GST for projects that otherwise aren't going ahead, we think is a very low-cost way to ensure that the government delivers on promises it's already made by allocating funding to these projects that have stopped because of circumstances beyond their control. That's not a fight that we're prepared to give up on. It's something we think should be happening. We're going to continue to argue for that. But we're not insensitive to the fact that there are a lot of folks who have announced that they do want to move forward with new purpose-built rental as a result of the GST rebate that the government is offering in Bill C-56. We know that we're already well past the point where we have time to contemplate how to act. We know that this is a demand that stakeholders in the housing industry, whether they advocate for market-based housing or non-market-based housing, have talked about as a way to pencil out projects. And so this is something that we need to be moving forward with. There was an opportunity to move forward quicker if debate on this bill were to collapse. But of course, it's not collapsing because no debate on bills really is collapsing in this place. The official opposition sees to that daily, whether it's by moving motions to take time away from dealing with government business or putting up speakers ad infinitum in order to ensure that you need some kind of time allocation or closure just to get to the point of having a vote on a bill. And so when we're talking about a crisis that is in full swing and the need to build more housing, more market housing, more non-market housing, New Democrats are prepared to work with the government to move this bill through far more quickly than it has been. We use the opportunity here to improve the bill, as we believe it's our duty to do. We would go further if we could, but there's only so far you can go with a Liberal government, apparently. We're willing to test how far you can go every day of the week, and we're going to keep fighting for the things that we think are very important, including fighting for new announcements in the fall economic statement around housing that make more funding available for organizations that want to pursue non-market housing, as well as offering financing on better terms for those who want to build rental housing in the market, but are struggling to make projects work from a financial point of view because of rising interest rates. So that's a little bit about why we think C-56 is important. It's a little bit about how New Democrats have worked hard in this place over the last couple of months to improve the bill. It's a little bit about what we're going to continue to fight for, and also a little bit about why we think now that we have reached some agreement on improving the bill, it's important to move it forward so that those contractors out there who are waiting to pick up the shovel and put it in the ground, but need the deal done on the GST, they want to see that move ahead. We think it's important that it move ahead. We think it's important that those units come to market and Canadians have the opportunity to rent them. We want to see those units come to market in sufficient volume that we can start seeing a lowering of the price of these units. We know that's going to take time, but delay won't help. We've been delaying already too long. Certainly delaying too long for 8 years under this government, and that's after 10 years of delay for meaningful action in the housing market from the previous government, and even longer before then, going back to the mid-90s when the National Housing Strategy was canceled, and we saw a complete walking away of the federal government from building social housing units in Canada. That's when the first lily pads started hitting the pond, so to speak, Madam Speaker, and it's taken us 30 years now to see the pond filled, and us with really no more time to wait to enact important solutions. So, is there more that the government can do? Absolutely. We would want to see them get rid of the special tax treatment that real estate investment trusts enjoy. We want to see them take action to make sure that nonprofits that are experienced and have a great track record of delivering non-market housing in our communities have access to capital so that when buildings with low rents come on the market, they have an opportunity to bid on those buildings and have the money in order to close a deal successfully. To make that happen, the term of art for that is a nonprofit acquisition fund. It's a fancy word. All it means is making sure nonprofit housing providers in our communities that are already doing a great job have the opportunity to run low-rent apartment blocks when their current owners don't want to do it anymore, instead of having a corporate landlord come in, superficially renovate the building, kick everyone else out, and invite tenants with higher incomes to come and rent those suites that formerly were homes for Canadians that can't afford luxury rent prices. Those are just some of the things that we think government ought to be doing. We're not going to get it all done in one bill, but we've managed to improve what's in this bill, and we think that it should hurry along so that we can bring more units to market. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to pick up on the member's thoughts when he was commenting in regards to the passing of legislation. He gave very clear indication that the Conservative Party does not appear to want to be able to bring forward or see this legislation ultimately passed without some form of closure or time allocation. And I do believe that takes away from a process that would enable other legislation from being able to be debated, because there's a finite amount of time to be able to debate government legislation. And if he could just kind of expand on that thought in regards to how dysfunctional the chamber can be if you get an opposition party that persists on wanting to prevent legislation from passing.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, look, I mean, we get elected to this place to deliberate, and we also get elected to this place to make decisions. And the process doesn't work if you can never get to the moment of decision, and that's what we call a vote around this place. And so it's appropriate for us to have the discussion, it's appropriate for us to have debate, but it's also appropriate and necessary for us to be able to come to a decision point. And it's fair for opposition parties to stand up against particular initiatives of the government, to use procedure to delay those votes. But when it's happening on everything all the time, the whole place starts to kind of break down. It doesn't make sense anymore to come to a place of infinite debate without any possibility of making a decision. And we know that Canadians are relying on this place to make decisions in order to help with the problems in the housing market, as just one example, and there are many others. And so that's why it is important that we do get the opportunity to vote in this place, and if members of this place won't let that occur naturally, then sometimes this type of motion will be required.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Kenora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the member spoke quite a bit about housing, And it's definitely clear that we are in a housing crisis right across the country, Madam Speaker. When I think about how it's playing out in Northern Ontario, certainly we need to see affordable housing. We also need to see market housing addressed, Madam Speaker. Across the Kenora District and across Northern Ontario, we're not able to fill labor needs as a result of people being unable to find adequate housing to live in and be able to either stay in our communities or move to our communities. And the leader of the opposition, the leader of Canada's Conservatives, has brought forward an important bill that would tie infrastructure dollars to the number of homes that are allowed to be built, as well as a GST rebate specifically where rental prices would be below market value. That is part of our plan to address this housing crisis. Would the member, my question is, would the member support that legislation moving forward?
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, I'll take the opportunity just to highlight two problems I see with the member for Carleton's bill. One is that when we talk about using public lands to create housing, there's no conditions on what kind of housing would be built. There's no conditions asserting a return on investment for the taxpayer whose land is going to be used to develop housing. And you don't have to look very far out of this place to see what happens when Conservative governments who are cozy with developers decide that they're going to start auctioning off land or opening up land for private development without a very clear set of rules at the forefront. So I think that's a major failing of the bill, and I would gladly speak to the other failing I was going to mention, Madam Speaker, but I see I'm out of time. Perhaps I'll get a question about the other failings of that bill. I'd be happy to answer.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Pierre Boucher.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I'm listening to my colleague from the NDP boast about the changes to the bill, the amendments that will be made, NDP amendments, well, I'm thinking that everything in there could have been brought as amendments at committee. We in the Bloc Québécois are asking for something important, that there be financial flexibility, especially for small businesses under the emergency fund from the pandemic. There are a lot of SMEs that are asking for that. They're saying they need it to survive. Why doesn't the NDP want to support these small businesses? The honourable member. Madam Speaker, I think it's very clear that we do defend those small businesses. We have been writing to the minister. We raise this. There are many things that we'd like to see this government do that they're not going to do. So when we negotiate, we're not negotiating with ourselves. We're negotiating with the government with its own priorities. And opposing goals. So I don't know why the government wants to attack small businesses that needed help during the pandemic. And I don't know why the government seems to think that it will get more money back by forcing these businesses into bankruptcy. But very clearly, the government does want to do this, even though it doesn't make any sense. We've negotiated with the government to get whatever was on the table. And we think that this matter of the loans is something the government is simply not willing to do. I think they're on the wrong side of the issue. But the fact remains that I don't think they're going to be willing to make a deal on this.
The honourable member for North Island Power River. I want to remind members if they want to ask questions, they have to be in their seats. The honourable member for North Island Power River.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for reminding us of that important rule. My question to the member is, first of all, I just want to thank him for his speech. I thought it was very relevant to the issues, and I thought I would give him this opportunity to outline some of the concerns that he has about the opposition leader's motion or bill on housing and what the other challenges might be and how it's not actually going to meet the needs of so many Canadians.
L'honorable député de Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much for that unprompted question. It's certainly very much appreciated. I spoke a little bit already about the lack of criteria around the use of public lands in the opposition leader's bill. But what I wanted to come back to was this notion that he has when it comes to municipalities that he's going to punish them. We've had the opportunity in the Finance Committee to hear from a lot of municipalities presenting at the Finance Committee. They talk about the challenges that they're trying to overcome in order to facilitate building more housing in their own communities. I don't believe that they need to be browbeaten or punished financially in order to get that done. And I would remind the Conservative leader that when he talks about financially punishing municipalities that aren't meeting his Ottawa set target for housing starts, that what he's really talking about doing is punishing the people in those municipalities. Because if a municipality that I believe is acting in good faith to try and get more housing built, they have no interest in not getting that housing built in their communities. So there can be problems. I think a lot of municipalities are trying to work through them. If they already are under-resourced to meet that challenge, and they don't meet the Conservative leader's benchmark, what he's saying is that he's going to deprive them of even more resources, expecting them to meet the target with less resources when they're already clearly under-resourced to meet that challenge. That's not a strategy that's setting municipalities up for success. And all it's going to do is punish the people who live in the municipality because their government is struggling to figure out a convoluted permitting process and a bunch of other stuff. In some cases, we've heard at the Finance Committee, it's about the underlying infrastructure, sewer pipes and other things like that that have to be in place in order to increase density. A municipality that already doesn't have the resources to do that, getting dinged because they didn't meet the Conservative leader's Ottawa set housing target, isn't something that's going to help them be able to do that into the future. So yes, we need to put an emphasis on outcomes. Yes, there should be consequences for outcomes, but just depriving municipalities of resources when they're already cash-strapped isn't going to get the job done for Canadians.
Hear, hear. We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will try to be brief. My question to the member, thank you to the member for all the information, specifically talking about the importance of housing. In my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, so many people are struggling to make ends meet. Housing is largely unaffordable, and I'm hearing from many residents that they want to see an increase of co-op housing, which I know is something that was brought up. And I'm wondering if the member can expand a little bit on the importance of a strategy that takes into account the non-market housing that he's speaking to, and the importance of us being able to have this legislation move forward and not seeing the Conservatives continue to block it committee.
Answer from the member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Sure. I mean, the Conservative leaders called housing co-ops a Soviet-style takeover of housing, but actually what it is quite the opposite. Because co-op housing is a great way to build non-market housing that isn't government-owned and isn't government-controlled, but is actually owned and controlled by the people who live there, but in a way that makes access to that housing more affordable now and into the future. So that's why we fought hard to ensure that the GST exemption applies to co-op housing so that they can get those benefits as well.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and this will be another opportunity that I've been afforded to be able to address this very important legislation. And I wanted to start it off by commenting when the legislation was actually just introduced for debate earlier this morning. In fact, the member from St. Catharines stood in his place and indicated that he would be happy to share his time with me, as we expected and hoped, at least in part I did, that there would be a general feeling that this is a substantive piece of legislation that will have a very positive impact for Canadians, and one would think that there would be support from all sides in favor of the legislation. Now, the member from St. Catharines, a little wiser than I, had pointed out in his comments that the Conservatives are filibustering. They're preventing legislation from passing. And it was interesting when he was pointing that fact out, he also made reference to the fact that there are Conservative members that actually support the legislation, that would be voting in favor of the legislation. And he cited one specific member, saying that that member has indicated that he would be voting in favor of the legislation. Now, after that member from St. Catharines had spoke, I had the opportunity to speak, and based on previous experience, I also made reference to the fact that the Conservatives have this natural inclination to prevent legislation from passing. Even legislation that they support, Madam Speaker, that they have that inclination to prevent it from passing. And the member that had spoke during private members' hour made it very clear. He said in his comments, his opening comments, that, you know, here we are debating, and at that time it was a private members' resolution, which is not government legislation, a private members' resolution, and it was talking about a different issue, but the Conservative member across the way was being critical because the government wasn't debating important issues from his perspective. I agree in the sense that the issue of that he made reference to at the time during private members' hour, he said it was housing and it was affordability, inflation. He might even made reference to groceries, Madam Speaker. And literally less than 5 minutes after the member had sat down, the Conservative member sat down, we bring in this piece of legislation, Bill 56, C-56. It is about, read the title, affordable housing, Madam Speaker, and groceries. So you would think, if you listen to what members opposite are talking about, you would think that they would be a little bit more sympathetic in terms of seeing the legislation pass. Now, here's the catch. The very first speaker on this legislation, on Bill C-56, what does he choose to do? It was the member from Bay of Quinte. He stands in his place, he says a few words. He made reference to my speech. He said that the idea, and what was it? I made reference to the efficiency argument within this legislation. And I'll get back to that, Madam Speaker. He makes reference to it. And he said, well, that's a very good part of the legislation. And he acknowledged that. And then at the end of his speech, or towards the end of the speech, what does the member from Bay of Quinte do? He moves an amendment. An amendment with the real purpose of ensuring that there would be more additional debate on this legislation. Now, on the surface, one person might think, well, a little bit more debate. What's wrong with that? What people that not only follow this legislation, but many pieces of legislation that the government brings forward, the Conservative agenda has nothing to do with what's in the best interests of Canadians. Nothing at all to do with that, Madam Speaker. For the Conservative Party of Canada today, it's all about providing and putting into place roadblocks, do whatever they can to assassinate the characters of government and to prevent legislation from passing. And it's as simple as that. That's why they bring forward an amendment. What does the amendment actually say? It says that the Deputy Prime Minister or Minister of Finance, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, and the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities be ordered to appear as witnesses for no less than 2 hours, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, every member of this House is very much aware of the opinions and thoughts on the economy and inflation and housing, as those ministers themselves have commented on the issue in different forms, Madam Speaker. The purpose of the amendment is just to prevent, again, or slow down the legislation from passing. And the thing is that the Conservatives have no reservations in doing so. I appreciate that it gives me another opportunity to address the legislation, so I look to the member from Bay of Quinte and thank him for allowing me to be able to express myself a little bit more on the legislation, because I was only provided 10 minutes previously, Madam Speaker. But the point is that at the end of the day, the legislation, in which we know at least some members have said that they support the legislation, and other members have said that there's good stuff inside the legislation, There's no reason why the Conservative Party should be attempting to prevent this legislation from passing. You know, if you take a look at what's happening around us, and if you want to support Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, Madam Speaker, if you want to take a look at how we can support low-income Canadians in terms of getting into non-profit housing, or even in this situation, profit-built, purpose-built housing units, homes, Madam Speaker. This is good stuff that's within here. Increasing the competition is a good thing. Conservatives will talk about that, Madam Speaker. But their actions are very different. You know, whether it's this legislation, and this is the legislation that we introduced this morning with the idea of having, you know, good 3-4 hours or 3 hours of debate, and who knows, maybe the Conservatives would see some light and advantage of helping Canadians and allow the legislation to pass. You know, but that's not to be the case, Madam Speaker. Just like, you know, one of the other pieces of legislation that really surprises me is the Canada-Ukraine agreement. We're going to be debating that legislation. It's scheduled to be debated for this afternoon. What is the Conservative Party of Canada going to do? Bring in another concurrence report? What are they going to do to prevent that legislation from passing? We've even had members inside the chamber on that legislation accuse the Canada-Ukraine agreement as woke legislation, Madam Speaker, as portraying Canada taking advantage of Ukraine, even though the president of Ukraine came to Canada and had a ceremony with the Prime Minister to sign this agreement. These are the types of legislation that the Conservative Party of Canada, in a very reckless way, there is no one steering the Conservative Party today on policy or on ideas, on things that are going to help Canadians in a very real and tangible way. They are more concerned about bumper stickers than they are about good, sound policy. And a good example of that, Madam Speaker, try to figure out what the Conservative Party of Canada stands on the issue of the environment. That's just it. The member just heckled it. I said, what's their policy on the environment? And the member has heckled across, axe the tax. That's what I mean about bumper stickers, Madam Speaker. The Conservative Party, the reality today is the leader of the Conservatives and his entire group are more concerned about social media posts that often are very misleading, and I'm being kind, Madam Speaker, and they're concerned about bumper stickers that they can put on going through the next election, as opposed to what's in the best interests of Canadians. This legislation, Bill C-56, is good legislation. We finally have a government that is trying to address the issue of affordability and stability of grocery prices, and the Conservatives don't want, Madam Speaker, it to pass. You know, I brought up earlier that when you think of the issue of competition and how Canadians benefit through competition, this legislation, Madam Speaker, provides the opportunity to take away the issue of efficiency, arguments that were being made for companies to be able to acquire other companies. And the example I used earlier was the grocery stores. Think of, in Canada, we have 5 major grocery stores, Madam Speaker, as I'm sure that you know. Metro, Loblaws, Sobeys, Walmart, and Costco. Those are the big 5. We used to have Shoppers. It was a separate entity. Until Stephen Harper and the current leader of the Conservative Party thought there's nothing wrong with shoppers being acquired. Well, Madam Speaker, it reduced competition. And that's why, on the one hand, you hear the Conservative Party talk about the benefits of competition, but on the other hand, when it comes to actually vote and see legislation pass that will help with competition, what do they choose to do? To filibuster the legislation. They don't want to pass the legislation, and that's why the Bay of Quinte moved an amendment to prevent the legislation to ultimately pass, Madam Speaker, so they can continue to debate endlessly. So as a government, we're going to have to go to the New Democrats or the Bloc and negotiate with them to bring in time allocation to pass this legislation, or it's not going to pass. So on the one hand, the Conservative Party will say and be critical of the government because they want to see more competition. Yet when they were in government, they allowed shoppers to be acquired, no questions asked. You know, billions of dollar acquisition, and they allow it. And then when it comes time for us to be able to deal with those kinds of acquisitions, Madam Speaker, now they're preventing the legislation from passing. You know, many would suggest that that's somewhat hypocritical, Madam Speaker, myself included. But it doesn't meet their agenda. Take a look at what the legislation actually does. You know, it's going to provide a GST exemption for purpose-built homes over the next number of years, Madam Speaker. That initiative is expected to see tens of thousands of homes being built as a direct result of this legislation, Madam Speaker. As I indicated earlier, the idea is sound, it's good. Conservative Party of Canada should support it. What we're seeing is provincial governments recognizing that this initiative is good, that they're actually applying it to the PST too, the provincial sales tax. So you have provinces of different political stripes, you have the Liberal government, you have the NDP, you have the Bloc, all supporting that initiative, Madam Speaker. But then you have the reckless Conservatives on the other hand, where they, Madam Speaker, feel that, well, their job is to prevent all legislation of all forms, virtually, not pass the House. At a great expense to Canadians, I would ultimately argue, Madam Speaker. When we think in terms of the housing issue, it is of critical importance. I've heard the issue of housing being of critical importance from all sides of this House. But when there's initiatives, whether it's legislation like this or budgetary measures that support things such as housing co-ops, supporting organizations such as Habitat for Humanity, supporting the transfer of billions of dollars to provinces and nonprofit groups to assist in subsidizing units, Madam Speaker, whether it's dealing with the Housing Accelerator Fund and monies allocated out for that, the consistent thing we get from the Conservative Party is to vote against or to filibuster. And yet, Madam Speaker, they have the tenacity to suggest that we're not doing enough on the housing file, when in fact the reality, Madam Speaker, is that no government has been more proactive on the housing file than this government in the last 60 years plus. No government. And the numbers will clearly show that, Madam.
Members, there's an opportunity to ask questions and comments. There'll be an opportunity to ask 10 minutes of questions and comments, but now's not the time. So, no, I would ask members to please be respectful. It's something that we continue to have to rise in this House to do, and really it's showing disrespect, but we have people in the galleries, and we also have people watching at home. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conservative Party of Canada could do a huge favour to Canadians today. They can recognize that there's two very important pieces of legislation that we're debating and allow those legislations, both of them, to ultimately pass, Madam Speaker. Bill C-56 is there to deal in good part with the housing crisis and price stabilization, Madam Speaker. These are things that are in the best interests of Canadians. Later this afternoon, we're going to be debating the Canada-Ukraine agreement. Same thing. These are...
The honourable member will have 3 minutes the next time this matter is before the House, because we are now going to statements by members. Déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Later today, the Speaker will be recognizing some employees for years of service to members and to the House of Commons. Glenn Bradbury first made his way here in 1987, and it's hard to do justice to just how monumental his service has been. 5 MPs, a former Minister of Foreign Affairs, and 1 current Cabinet Minister have worked with him. There have been Criminal Code and Competition Act amendments that brought justice and fairness. Several innocent Canadians can also thank him for helping to secure their freedom from some of the world's worst prisons. Madam Speaker, for 18 years, Glenn was EA to the Honourable Dan Matteig. He describes Glenn as, quote, first among equals, and an MP who never was, but who impacted Parliament in a way few staff ever have, end quote. Together, they passed 7 private members' bills, the most in Parliament's history. Today, I deeply appreciate having Glenn on my team, and I thank him for his years of dedication and service, and for his work to help strengthen democracy and governance, not only in Canada, but in Kosovo, Guyana, Pakistan, Bhutan, Tunisia, and Nepal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. National Child Day is a time to recommit to improve the collective well-being of children and ensure their human rights are upheld. I was proud to co-host a breakfast on the Hill this morning in partnership with Breakfast Clubs of Canada, and I want to acknowledge Chloe Stefan, who is in the gallery on behalf of Breakfast Club of Canada today. This year's focus is to call on the federal government to implement a national school meal program. The Liberal government promised to implement one in 2019. 4 years later, Canada remains the only G7 country without a national school food program. In a country as wealthy as Canada, this is unacceptable. No child should ever be forced to attend class on an empty stomach. So today, on National Child Day, I urge this government to keep their promise and fund a national school meal program so that children can have the healthy food they need to thrive. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Oxford.
This past week, Hindus, Sikhs, Buddhists, and Jains from across Canada and around the world celebrated Diwali, the Festival of Lights. Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas symbolizes the spiritual victory of light over darkness, good over evil, and knowledge over ignorance. The story and traditions may vary, but its message of hope continues to unite people from all walks of life. This universal message is more important today than ever, as we continue to see many struggling in our communities and so much darkness and pain around the world. Diwali inspires us with hope that one day all will be all right. Diwali was particularly special for me this year and my family because it was the first time we celebrated with my son, Arvin. It was also great to see our Conservative leader attending several community events, businesses, mandars, and gurdwaras to celebrate with families across Canada and to share his positive message of hope for our country. So to all that celebrated, I hope you had a very happy, bright Diwali and Bandi Chhor Divas. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charlottetown.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Corrine Reid, who has been the first point of contact in the Charlottetown MP's constituency office for 23 years. Upon my election in 2011, Corrine, as the senior person in the office, trained me and continues to supervise me to this day. Amid the daily chaos, Karine has always held her cool and managed every situation with compassion. I liken her to a swan. What the public sees, what's above the water, graceful, poised, and serene, while below the water, her feet are moving madly in multiple directions at any time. Over the last 12 years, every single day that I spent door knocking, I met at least one constituent who complimented me on how their case was handled in the constituency office. I have no doubt that I'm still in this place because of her work, her patience, her empathy, her professionalism, all of which reflects positively on me. Mr. Speaker, tonight you're going to get to meet Karine as you honor her more than 20 years of service to the people of Charlottetown. Thank you, Karine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, since Wednesday, Quebec has been in collective mourning. And it's perfectly to be expected because throughout his life, Carl Tremblay brought us together. Carl Tremblay, the great lead singer of the emblematic Cowboy Fringant, the gentle giant, the proud Quebecer, left us all too soon. And since then, Quebec has been in mourning, full of sorrow, but also full of recognition and admiration. Carl Tremblay sang of our loves, our binges, our dreams, both collective and individual, our joys and our sorrows. He sang them as if he was speaking to each one of us personally and all of us at the same time, generously, so generously. And all of Quebec will continue to sing with Carl today and as long as we still have a voice, because ultimately what remains of his brief time in this world is a beautiful eternal star in the sky of our beloved Quebec. To Marie-Annick, Simone, Pauline, the family, to the Cowboys, and to all those who love them, the Bloc Québécois extends its most sincere condolences.
C'était vraiment un des grands.
He was one of the greats, truly.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is National Child Day, in recognition of the adoption of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child back in 1991. I'd like to address an issue of great importance to the people of Ottawa-Vanier, the fundamental right to healthy nutrition for every child in Canada. On this day dedicated to the well-being of our youngest citizens, let's reaffirm our commitment to ensuring that no child in Canada goes to school on an empty stomach. I invite and encourage my colleagues to join forces to work towards the development of a national nutritious school meals program in cooperation with our provincial, territorial, municipal, Indigenous, and private sector partners to provide Canadian families a tangible solution to the pressing issue of food insecurity. Many thanks to the Breakfast Club for organizing this morning's Breakfast on the Hill and for advocating every child's right to food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, this evening the Long Service Awards ceremony will be held in Ottawa, a very important recognition for what people do to help make our MPs' jobs successful. Today I would like to recognize Karen Callan for over 30 years of service. Karen started in an MP office in 1993 in Medicine Hat riding with MPs Monty Solberg and LeVar Payne for a combined 22 years. In 2015, I was elected in Bow River, and I was very lucky that Karen agreed to work with me. Her years of commitment to the region made her an invaluable member of our team. Her volunteerism with many community organizations made her a household name in Brooks and the County of Newell. Karen's soulmate Hubie has been by her side every step of the way. But after 30 years, Karen will be starting a new path. I, along with many, many constituents, will miss you. Thanks, Karen, for 30 years of service to 3 MPs, thousands of constituents. Congratulations, Karen.
The Honourable Member from Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is a special day for multiple reasons, but first and foremost, it's a special person's birthday. I want to wish my true companion in life, my wife Suze, a happy birthday, and my beautiful daughter Alexis, happy belated birthday. She just turned 12 last week. And in just a few weeks, our family will welcome our second child, a little girl, into the world. And Mr. Speaker, I'm feeling a little bit sentimental today because it's National Child Day, a day for us all to reflect on the well-being of children in Canada and around the world. Since 2015, our government has been steadfast in our efforts to improve the lives of children through measures like the Canada Child Benefit, $10 a day child care, dental care, and more. But today, I'd like to emphasize the importance of a national student nutrition program to ensure kids across Canada have access to healthy meals in schools. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree, nothing could be more important than investing in our children's futures.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Milton.
Today is National Child Day, and the theme for 2023 is Every Right for Every Child. I'm proud to be co-hosting a reception today with the UN International Children's Emergency Fund, or UNICEF, to bring more attention to children's rights, particularly those impacted by war, poverty, and disease. Last week, I hosted 23 high school students from Milton in my office to voice their concerns. They don't have a vote yet, but they do have a voice, and it's critical that us elected people listen to youth and take action on their priorities. Mr. Speaker, every single adult has a moral and ethical obligation to protect every single child. And on this World Children's Day and over the past 44 days, the world has been confronted by the images of murdered and injured Palestinian children in Gaza and the knowledge that Israeli children were murdered and taken hostage by Hamas. By absolutely no fault of their own, these kids are caught in the crossfire of this decades-long conflict, victims of their surroundings and circumstances. Children are innocent. They should never be targets for violence or welfare. I continue to call for the immediate release of all hostages, the protection of civilians, especially children and young people, and I continue to amplify the UN resolution for a ceasefire and an end to the violence.
L'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, on November 15th, we lost a great Quebecer, Carl Tremblay, lead singer of Les Cowboys Fringants, left a deep impression on us all. Not only did he offer captivating musical compositions, he also played an essential role in strengthening Quebec's linguistic and cultural identity. His evocative, often poetic lyrics convey the nuances and beauty of our language. He has strengthened our heritage, inspiring present and future generations to celebrate the diversity that characterizes the French-speaking world. I'd like to inform the House that I will be nominating this giant as a posthumous Grand Officer of the Order of La Pléiade, the APF's international recognition reserved for those who promote the French language. To his partner, Marie-Annick, their two daughters, his family, his friends, and all the fans, we offer you our most sincere condolences, a shooting star who will continue to shine down on us. Thank you, Carl. Rest in peace.
L'honorable député de Châteauguay.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to pay tribute to Paul-André Thibert, whom the Châteauguay community said goodbye to last Saturday. An artist and businessman, Mr. Thibert always invested himself with passion and conviction in what he believed in. He first made a name for himself on the music scene with his group before founding his own company, Compograph. Mr. Thibert and I shared an affection for heritage, patriots, and our community. I still remember our lively conversation last May during the Fête des Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, I offer my deepest condolences to his wife, Josiane, his daughters, Annabelle and Yannick, and his grandchildren, as well as to his many relatives and friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, in Cumberland-Colchester, the roster for visits to the local food bank is 1,800 people. And across this country, 2 million Canadians visit a food bank every month. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Under this NDP Liberal coalition government, Canadians have seen housing costs double and mortgage payments have increased by 150%. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost.
Canadians are reaching out to all of our offices in record numbers, whether to bemoan the fact that they've been priced out of their lives by the punishing carbon tax, or to convey that they are afraid to walk their local streets at night due to violent crime being increased by 39% under this NDP Liberal government. The $600 billion in inflationary spending and countless tax hikes by the NDP Liberals has led to Canadians being unable to feed themselves, house themselves, and to keep the heat on. Therefore, common sense Conservatives will demand three things in the government's mini budget: cancel the planned quadrupling of the carbon tax, bring down inflation and interest rates by balancing the budget, and finally build homes, not bureaucracy.
The honourable member from Provincial.
Mr. Speaker, the results of this Liberal NDP government are in. Under this Prime Minister, a record 2 million food bank visits in a single month. Housing costs have doubled. Mortgage payments are 150% higher than they were 8 years ago. Violent crime up 39%. 10 cities exist in almost every major city. Over 50% of Canadians are $200 away from going broke. And the International Monetary Fund warns Canada is most at risk in the G7 of a mortgage default crisis. Business insolvencies have increased by 37% this year alone. $600 billion of inflationary spending has created inflation and higher interest rates. After 8 long years, the results are in. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. But, Mr. Speaker, there's good news. A Conservative government will axe the carbon tax, will balance the budget to bring down inflation and interest rates, and will build homes and not bureaucracy. But for this Prime Minister, he's just not worth the cost.
The honourable member for Longueuil, Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, last night Canadians were glued to their TVs for the 110th Grey Cup Championship, the CFL Grey Cup, between the Winnipeg Blue Bombers and the Montreal Alouettes in Hamilton, Ontario.
And an action-packed, nail-biting second half had fans on the edge of their seat until the bitter end. With less than 30 seconds left in the game and trailing by 3 points, the Owls scored the winning touchdown with 13 seconds remaining, stunning fans with a 28-24 victory over the favored Winnipeg team.
Congratulations to the new Grey Cup champions, the Montreal Alouettes. The last time the Alouettes won the Grey Cup was back in 2010. Montrealers and Quebecers are thrilled to see the Cup return home.
Canadians came together as a nation to watch the best of the CFL play, and last night was no exception. What we got to see was football at its finest. Go, Owls, go!
The honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, as parents and caregivers, we want to know our children will be safe, cared for, respected, and celebrated for who they are. As these values, I believe we can all agree on. A 12-year-old trans child in my riding shared with me that they are seeing increases of homophobia and transphobia all around them, and they feel scared. Trans people of all ages from across Canada are experiencing increased incidences of hate and violence. This cannot continue, Mr. Speaker. Today is Trans Day of Remembrance, a day to remember those lost from anti-trans hate and violence, a day to remember those lost to suicide. With government action, we can save lives and build an equitable future for all. Action needs to be taken today to ensure no more trans lives are lost. Mr. Speaker, let us put love and kindness for one another ahead of hate, and remember that trans rights are human rights.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Alouettes' incredible Grey Cup victory yesterday is a moment in sports that will remain in our memories for a long time. This team came from a long way back. After last season, the team's survival was in doubt. But manager Danny Machocha, the little guy from Saint-Léonard, never gave up. He surrounded himself with good soccer minds, starting with a former Alouettes player, Jason Mass, as coach, And during the season, a local owner, a certain Pierre-Carl Pelado, came to secure the franchise's future. Nobody believed in them but them. And what followed proved them right. They qualified for the playoffs, beat defending champions Toronto, and then took on the mighty Winnipeg Blue Bombers in yesterday's final. Congratulations to quarterback Cody Fajardo, who played the game of his life, and to all his teammates. The Grey Cup, they're bringing it back to Montreal, they're bringing it back to Quebec, they're bringing it home. It's something to be proud of, Mr. Speaker. The Alouettes are flying even higher.
The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, the Canada we have after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government is tent cities across the country, violent crime up 39%, more than 2 million people visiting a food bank in 1 month, over 50% of Canadians saying they're $200 away from being broke, middle-class working people living in their cars, and 9 in 10 young Canadians feeling they will never own a home. People are losing hope, and this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. The Liberal $600 billion of inflationary debt and countless tax hikes are increasing the cost of all we buy. We need to reverse this course of misery. In order to consider supporting this mini-budget, the Common Sense Conservatives demand that the fall economic statement counsels Liberal plans to quadruple the carbon tax, announces a plan and date to balance the budget to bring down inflation and interest rates, and builds homes, not bureaucracy. Only our Common Sense Conservative plan bring home lower prices for Canadians.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Seventh Generations Educational Institute is an Anishinaabe-led organization to provide secondary and post-secondary training to Indigenous and non-Indigenous people in the Treaty 3 region of northwestern Ontario. It all started in 1985 in the back of pickup trucks going from community to community. Now it has campuses in Fort Frances, Kenora, and Sioux Lookout. The Institute teaches people the technical skills needed to find employment, but also teaches Anishinaabe language, culture, and tradition. Let me acknowledge 2 young people whose lives have been changed thanks to 7 Gens. Carrie Yerksa and Jeremy Andy, both from Couchiching First Nations. Carrie completed the Women's Empowerment Program and is now teaching full-time in the community. Andy completed the Anishinaabe Moan Adult Learner Program, is now employed by 7 Gens teaching the Anishinaabe Moan language. Please join 7 Generations staff and former students, along with the living legend, Donald Rusnak, and myself, in Sir John A. Macdonald, room 200, beginning at 5:45. Miigwech.
Oral question, questions orales, l'honorable chef de l'opposition.
After 8 years of this Liberal government, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. According to the PBO and the Governor of the Bank of Canada, I'm right. This Liberal Prime Minister is adding to inflation and interest rates. Scotiabank has said that these deficits are increasing interest rates by 2%. That means another $700 per month for paying the average mortgage. Before Canadians lose their homes, will this Prime Minister finally accept my common sense plan and announce a date and a plan for balancing the budget and reducing inflation and interest rates? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservatives, our government has a plan to help Canadians to get through this difficult period. For example, we are helping 4 million Canadians with the Canada Workers' Benefit. We are also helping 6 million Canadians thanks to indexing old age security. What is the Conservative plan? No, the fact is they don't have one.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Speaker, after 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost of mortgage payments, which are already up 150%, and the Bank of Canada and the Parliamentary Budget Officer now agree with me that his deficits are driving up interest rates. Scotiabank says deficits are driving mortgage rates up 2%. That works out to $700 per month. While carpenters and nurses are already living in their cars, and the IMF says Canada's mortgage holders are the most at risk of crisis. Will the Prime Minister finally accept my common sense plan and announce the date and the plan to balance the budget and bring down interest rates on Canadian mortgages so people don't lose their homes?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, let's be clear and accurate. Much of that spending referred to by the Leader of the Opposition was provincial in nature, not federal, Mr. Speaker. And in addition, unlike the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, we actually have a plan to help Canadians, especially vulnerable Canadians, and the Deputy Prime Minister will table additional aspects of that plan tomorrow in the fall economic statement. But let's be clear, we are here for Canadians every single step of the way, unlike the party opposite that votes against every single time, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's plan is to increase mortgage payments by 150%, which he's already done. And now Scotiabank says government deficits have added 2 percentage points to interest rates. That works out to $700 a month, or $8,400 a year in higher mortgage payments linked directly to deficits, including the massive deficits by this government. A year ago, they promised a balanced budget. They broke the promise 6 months later. Will they come back tomorrow with a plan to balance the budget so we can bring down interest rates and inflation so that Canadians can keep their homes?
The Honourable Minister for Housing.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, we have a plan that's going to build more homes, that's going to restore a level of affordability in the market. Where we are cutting taxes on home builders, he wants to raise them. Where we are funding cities to increase their ambition on home building, he wants to cut them. Mr. Speaker, it is hard to accept criticisms from a member of the House of Commons who, when he had the opportunity to be the minister responsible for housing, had access to $300 million and only got 99 homes built. Mr. Speaker, we are going to build homes, and we are going to build them by the millions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, when I was housing minister, mortgage payments were less than half of what they are now, and rent was less than half of what it is now. Those are the hard realities. And now his plan, the Prime Minister's plan, is to quadruple the carbon tax. Quadruple it. That will increase the cost of gas, heat, groceries, and yes, even housing, because it takes trucks to ship those building materials. We know that we will have a carbon tax election to decide on whether we axe the tax as I choose or whether we hike it as he promises. But can we accept a Canadian compromise and at least freeze the tax in the meantime? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to listen to this version of revisionist history of the honourable member's time as a minister responsible for housing. If we actually go back and look at the numbers, you're going to see that he actually had housing starts less than 200,000 a year. Mr. Speaker, this morning we've seen data that shows that we're on pace to build more than 256,000 this year. If we want to compare apples to apples, Mr. Speaker, we're going to make a difference. Do you like apples? We're going to beat his numbers. How do you like them apples?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I think the minister should stick to photo ops because comedy is surely not his thing. Neither are numbers, Mr. Speaker. Everything the Prime Minister has said about the Stellantis subsidy is proven false. One, it's billions of dollars over budget before shovels in the ground, years behind payback even before the project begins, and he claimed that it was going to create jobs for Canadians. We now learn that at least 1,500 or a majority of the jobs are going to go to temporary foreign workers. Will the Prime Minister release the contract now so that we can find out how much Canadian taxpayers are going to have to spend to give paychecks to South Korean workers?
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, during the COVID-19 pandemic, he opposed spending that was supporting families. Now, during a national housing crisis, he opposes government investments that are actually going to get more homes built. And when we have the opportunity to make generational investments that's going to gain a toehold in a new industry, he opposes it without vision for what the future economy could be when we create many thousands of jobs. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to invest in the Canadian economy and put workers make sure they bring home paychecks that are going to put food on the table for their families.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is the economic update. The Minister of Finance needs to understand that fiscal rigor doesn't mean that we should have austerity on the backs of small businesses. More than 220,000 SMEs may go bankrupt if the Minister doesn't extend reimbursing the Canada Emergency Business Account without losing the grants. The National Assembly of Quebec is asking for that extension. Provincial premiers are asking for it. Everyone is asking the federal government to give our SMEs more flexibility. It's unanimous. Will the minister finally give businesses the extension they need so much tomorrow?
L'Honorable Ministre.
Monsieur le Président,
the Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, small businesses have asked for our help. That's why our government put off the maximum eligibility date, putting it off into 2024. We have also announced an extension on refunding certain loans until the end of 2026. Our government is always listening to small businesses. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, entrepreneurs are tired of hearing this. In the economic update, the minister should also keep her promises to families who can no longer pay for groceries. During the election, the Liberals promised $1 billion over 5 years to fund school meal programs. Tomorrow, the minister must make this election promise a reality. Fiscal rigor is not the same thing as austerity, and some people are not able to feed their families. Will the minister keep her promise tomorrow and announce that she is transferring money to Quebec for food assistance in schools? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
Many Canadians are having a hard time putting food on the table, and we're working with provinces, territories, municipalities, key stakeholders as we work to develop a national school food policy. We are doing the hard work now together with our partners, understanding the importance of moving forward together. We'll continue this progress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, people are struggling to pay for rent and groceries. In Montreal, people are actually coming together to help food banks that are buckling under the strain. And meanwhile, big CEOs are raking in the profits. Loblaws alone brought in $18 billion in profits in a single semester. We've never seen that before. Their greed is boundless, and the Liberals are doing nothing to stop them. Tomorrow is a concrete opportunity to help people. Will the Liberals have the courage to lower food prices and to do something about CEOs' greed?
L'Honorable Présidente du Conseil du Trésor.
Monsieur le Président, la loi sur le logement et l'épicerie abordable, ça c'est la loi que nous considérons maintenant. Et il faut que nous continuions d'appuyer tout le monde dans notre pays avec l'épicerie.
Je regrette à interrompre l'honorable ministre, mais apparemment.
I'm sorry to interrupt the minister, but there was no interpretation. The interpreter apologizes. The mic was off. Interpretation is now back. I will ask the Honourable President of the Treasury Board to resume. From the beginning, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we know that the Affordable Groceries Act is very important to our country, and we will continue to support the bill that we are debating because that is crucial at this time in our country. And I would like to thank all of our colleagues here in the House for supporting us with this important piece of legislation. We will continue to be there for the Canadian public.
The honourable member from Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-56 certainly, and I think after some improvement by New Democrats, is going to help a little bit with the housing crisis, but it's certainly not going to solve the housing crisis. The fall economic statement is an important opportunity to make further progress both on the housing crisis and the affordability crisis. We've got funds that have been depleted for social housing that need to be replenished, and there's further work to do on strengthening competition laws in Canada. So are these initiatives that we're going to see in the fall economic statement, or are Canadians going to be left waiting again?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. He knows that he and I will both wait for tomorrow to see the details of the fall economic statement. However, I do want to signal my intent to continue the pattern of investment in affordable housing in particular that's going to make sure everyone in this country has a safe and affordable place to call home. Mr. Speaker, over the 30 years that preceded our time in government, governments of different stripe chose not to make the necessary investments to ensure that we had sufficient affordable housing stock. We're going to continue to make the investments that are necessary in affordable housing to restore something to the ecosystem, and that's a level of affordability that we desperately need.
The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
After 8 long years, the Governor of the Bank of Canada confirmed that this Prime Minister and his scam of the century, the carbon tax, are not worth the cost. Scrapping this scam would put a massive dent in inflation and help lower interest rates faster, all at a time when Canadians are choosing between eating and heating their homes because of liberal inflation and because of the carbon tax. Will the Finance Minister accept our Conservative leaders' common sense ask to axe their plans to quadruple their carbon tax in tomorrow's false promise update? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm truly glad to hear the Conservative member opposite be so excited for tomorrow's fall economic update, Mr. Speaker. You see, the Minister of Finance and the Deputy Prime Minister will be in this House at 4 p.m. tomorrow to reveal our books and to show the plan that we have prepared for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. This is an important moment of transparency for Canadians to see where we are at and where we are going, an important moment as well for Conservatives to actually see the numbers and use the facts in order to have intelligent debate in this House.
The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
Well, more photo ops aren't going to help anyone here in Canada, Mr. Speaker. And what we won't do as a Conservative government is create two classes of Canadians like this Liberal NDP government did by giving 3% of Canadians in Atlantic Canada, where the Prime Minister's poll numbers were tanking, a break, while the rest of Canadians get absolutely nothing and have to freeze and starve in the dark. 2 million Canadians are visiting a food bank in a month. This in just a single month. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost after 8 years. Will they cancel their plan to quadruple their carbon tax in tomorrow's false hopes update? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the Honourable Member says is both factually incorrect and grossly misleading. We have put a price on pollution in this country, one that actually helps us to address the existential threat that is climate change, but do so in a manner that is affordable. 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back than they pay in the carbon price. It is a manner that is affordable for Canadians, at the same time taking on and addressing what is a clear threat to the future of our children. It is such a shame that in this country we still have a political party that doesn't believe that climate change is real.
The Honourable Member from Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of out-of-control spending by this Liberal government, experts at Scotiabank now say that 2 percentage points of interest rate increases are due to government spending. An extra 2% on mortgage costs means over $8,000 a year for Canadian borrowers. Canadians are realizing this Prime Minister's not worth the cost. When Scotiabank says you're richer than you think, they didn't mean spend like drunken sailors. So on what date will the government balance the budget?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let's speak about balance, because our government believes that you can balance compassion with fiscal responsibility, and that is what we have shown to date, Mr. Speaker. Canada continues to have the lowest deficit among all G7 countries. Canada continues to have the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio among all G7 countries. And the very report that member is citing, Mr. Speaker, states that the major drivers of interest rate increases were COVID supports and provincial spending, not federal spending, but provincial spending, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we won't apologize for having Canadians' backs while being responsible.
The honourable member from Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, my message for any provincial premier is the same as the message for the Prime Minister. Take responsibility for the government spending, because it's driving inflation and making interest rates unaffordable for Canadians. The Bank of Canada says that all governments need to spend less than 2% in order to keep inflation under control. This own government's projections in the budget in the spring says that this government will spend over 3.5% growth next year versus this year. So when are they going to get it? They are part of the problem. They have to balance the budget so Canadians can keep their homes.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite talks about responsibility. It's this government that took its responsibility seriously. When times were tough, when COVID hit, and even today, Mr. Speaker, we continue to have Canadians' backs. We don't just talk about compassion, Mr. Speaker. We act in that manner by being there for vulnerable Canadians, by being there in order to lift over 2.3 million Canadians out of poverty, by ensuring over 1 million more Canadians have a job today than they did before COVID. Mr. Speaker, we are there for Canadians while being fiscally responsible, and I am certainly looking forward to tomorrow's fiscal update.
L'honorable député de Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, for 8 years we've seen this NDP Liberal government with their friends in the Bloc Québécois spend without any form of control. Experts at Scotiabank calculated that these excessive forms of spending will add 2 percentage points to Canada's interest rates, which represents $8,000 per year in additional cost for the average mortgage. This government could help Quebecers face the cost of living. Will it listen to the experts, stop spending so much, and announce a return to a balanced budget in its mini-budget tomorrow? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'm so pleased to see this enthusiasm about the economic statement tomorrow. But I would like to hear my colleague from Quebec, on the other hand, talk about what he's considering in his austerity plan. Is he thinking that we should make cuts to the new childcare spaces that we've made? Is he thinking that we should cut supports for our seniors? Is that it? I think my colleague should be specific at this point. We will be listening. The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Well, the first thing we'd cut is useless spending like on ArriveCan and various other expenses during COVID that even the parliamentary budget officer has no idea what it was for. That's hundreds of millions of dollars that was spent on nothing. We have an incredibly long list of such expenses from this government. If we cut all that out, we get back to a balanced budget and Canadians would do a lot better. Will this Prime Minister come back to a balanced budget tomorrow in the economic statement? Yes or no?
L'honorable ministre des Transports.
The Honourable Minister of Transport. Well, this colleague just said that he would have cut the costs we used during COVID. Now, that's all over now, first of all, but also he wants to make other types of cuts because that's these Conservatives' policy. What exactly would they cut? Childcare? Help for seniors? Or would he do nothing about climate change? He wants us to do less on women's rights, on human rights, and he really wants to bring us back to the Stone Age.
L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, once again, we need to talk about this federal government's management of the borders. Radio-Canada has revealed that Mexican drug cartels are taking advantage of this government's negligence. And it's taking advantage of that to make a fortune. For example, they're producing fake Mexican passports to help smuggle people to Canada and the U.S. Mr. Speaker, both the RCMP and CSIS alerted the Minister of Public Safety about this last spring. What has the government been doing since the spring to take back control of its own borders?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, of course, we share all Canadians' concerns about the integrity of our borders. And that is why we have invested more to strengthen our security posture at the border. That is why I went to Washington a month and a half ago. I spoke with the Americans about how we can further cooperate. I also spoke with Quebec's Minister of Public Safety. We will continue to increase officers at the border to ensure that safety there is maintained. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, there is a human smuggling network at the Canadian border organized by Mexican drug cartels. And the federal government knows all about that because our intelligence services told the government what was happening. The Quebec government is very concerned. In fact, it said that at some point, someone is going to have to wake up in Ottawa. The Quebec government also said that the federal government is unfortunately not doing its work, and Quebec is having to take on that burden. Mr. Speaker, when will this government finally take back control of its own borders? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's not that I want to disagree with my colleague, but we have not lost control of the border. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we are working closely with our intelligence and security services. As much as possible, under Canadian intelligence legislation, we are sharing information to enable our partners, whether American, Mexican, Canadian, including our Quebec partners, to enable them to do everything they can to better secure our borders. And I'm looking forward to continuing these positive discussions with the Minister in Quebec on this topic. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, just for a second, put yourself in the shoes of people trying to leave Mexico. They're willing to do a lot to leave their country, especially because of the cartels. Cartels that have tendrils everywhere and absolutely no respect for human life. And then imagine how they feel when they get to Canada and they realize that the same old cartels are controlling the border here. Those same cartels, even in Canada, are going to make money off them. Mr. Speaker, when will this government finally show some humanity? When will it finally take back control of the border? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, a few moments ago, I said that we as a government have taken action right from the beginning of the situation to protect our border. We have spoken with our American and Mexican partners. We have spoken about the importance of controlling irregular migration. And we have invested a great deal more in border safety services and our intelligence services. Exactly in order to do everything we can to continue to keep our borders safe. Of course, we are always looking for new good ideas to better improve the situation.
The Honourable Member from South Surrey, White Rock.
After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government and 2 years of their housing accelerator, photo ops are up exponentially, but investment in housing construction is down 14%. The Prime Minister promised to make housing more affordable. What has he delivered? Nothing but photos of suits in boots. Canada has the lowest number of housing units per capita in the G7. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. When will he put aside his photo op obsession and focus on roofs overheads and keys indoors?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, it's an excellent question, if only if it were based in fact. The member has claimed that, in fact, investment in housing has gone down. I read from the Stats Canada report issued just this morning that multi-unit construction rose 8.2% to $6.6 billion in September, with all provinces reporting gains. Mr. Speaker, Speaker, residential builds up 7.3% to $12.9 billion. With respect to the Housing Accelerator Fund, we have deals with Kitchener, Calgary, Kelowna, cities across the country, totaling over the next 10 years more than 175,000 more homes. They promised to cut it.
The honourable member from South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, photo ops don't build homes. We need more homes in Canada, a lot more, not less. 14% less year over year is what failure looks like. We need homes, not bureaucracy. Since this housing minister took over, investment in housing construction is still plummeting, down 14% year over year. Yeah. After 8 years, rent and down payments have doubled and mortgages are up 150%. Yep. When will this Prime Minister stop the photo ops, let builders build so Canadians can move into homes they can afford?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I hate to delight in such a moment where the Honourable Member in good faith tries to pose a question but just doesn't have the facts. She has claimed that investment has plummeted literally on the day that Stats Canada has indicated it's increased by 7.3%. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the strategy we're going to use to build more homes, we're going to change the math to make it work for builders by reducing taxes. They plan to raise it. We want to change the way that cities build homes by putting money on the table. They plan to cut it. We will make the investments necessary. We will engage with the sector and other levels of government to get more homes built, whatever it takes.
The honourable member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years, this NDP Liberal government, millions of Canadians can never afford to buy a home. Millions of Canadians can't afford to keep their home. According to a recent Scotiabank report, the cost of the average mortgage is going to go up by more than $700 because of their profligate spending. When will these Liberals stop blaming everyone else and finally take responsibility for the housing crisis they caused?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member wants to do something to help with the housing crisis right now, he can talk to his leader and tell him to stop blocking the cut to the GST that's going to unlock hundreds of thousands of homes across this country. Mr. Speaker, we are cutting taxes for home building. They plan to raise them. We are putting money on the table to get more cities to change the way that they build homes. They want to cut it. And Mr. Speaker, if his concern is around spending driving inflation, I would ask him to imagine a world where we decided not to support households, not to support businesses through the pandemic. We would be dealing with millions of Canadians who would have lost their home years ago. We are going to make the investments to build millions in the years ahead.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Nunavut.
If the Liberals say that they will do whatever it takes for housing, Nunavut needs $250 million. One-third of Nunavut live in homes needing major repairs, and over 50% in my riding are in overcrowded homes. The situation is so bad that TB outbreaks in 2 more communities were announced earlier this year. Last year, the government of Nunavut asked the Liberals for $200 million to build urgently needed housing. So far, they got zero. Will the Minister of Finance announce tomorrow the housing funding that Nunavut desperately needs?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that very important question. We are fully engaged with the government of Nunavut, with Inuit rights holders on this important issue. In 2022, we announced $4 billion for Indigenous rights holders, including $800 million for Inuit rights holders. We have $4 billion as well for the rural, northern, and urban strategy, something we were going to roll out in the months to come.
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Winnipeg is in a dire housing crisis. As of last year, 6,000 people were on a wait list for public housing. People are freezing to death in bus shelters. The Winnipeg City Council is voting to change zoning laws in hopes that this government will grant the required funding to deal with the housing crisis. People are dying in the streets. Will the Liberals commit to the $192 million of requested funding to build new housing stock and treat Winnipeg's housing crisis with the urgency it deserves?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Housing, Communities and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to my honourable colleague for the urgency with which she intends to address the housing crisis in Winnipeg. I'm pleased to share that I most recently met with the Mayor of Winnipeg just this morning. I've been engaging with the city over the course of the last number of weeks and months in order to help facilitate the very reforms that the Council will be debating. We have put federal money on the table to incentivize cities like Winnipeg right across the country to change the way that they allow homes to get built. We're going to continue to work with the most ambitious cities in Canada and use that federal funding to get more homes built for Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Sudbury. L'honorable député de Sudbury, je m'excuse.
A week ago, the Minister of Labour tabled legislation to ban replacement workers, a commitment we made to Canadians in 2021. Since tabling the bill, workers and unions have applauded this historic move. Yet, 11 days later, the Leader of the Opposition still hasn't taken a position on the legislation. He's had enough time to study it, so why is he hesitating to support workers? Can the Minister of Labour advise why the Leader of the Opposition should stand on the side of working families instead of corporate lobbyists?
Honourable members, many issues have been brought up regarding how questions are relevant to the question of the administration of the House, administration of the government rather, or questions regarding committee chairs. I will be issuing a ruling after question period, after the votes that are going to be happening here. But I see that the minister has stood up on his feet and intends to answer. I will allow the minister to take this if he so desires, but members should be aware of the ruling that will be coming from the Speaker shortly.
Mr. Speaker, we are proud to have tabled legislation to ban the use of replacement workers. Workers have been asking for this legislation longer than this country has existed. This legislation will keep unions and employers at the bargaining table because, Mr. Speaker, that's where the powerful paychecks are created, at the bargaining table. Members of other parties understand the importance of this bill, and I hope that members opposite will as well. But then again, this is a leader who championed two of the most anti-worker, anti-union bills that this House has ever seen. Will he support the bill? We'll see.
The Honourable Member from Lethbridge.
The Prime Minister promised to make life more affordable for Canadians when he took office, but after 8 years of this Liberal government, rent has doubled, mortgage payments have skyrocketed, and housing prices have doubled as well. Just in today, we found out that housing construction rates are actually down by 14% concerning investment. Only this Liberal government would use a housing accelerator fund to decelerate housing. Contrary to Liberal belief, photo ops don't build houses. I know this is news. So when will the housing minister stop the photo ops and actually get some work done?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, if the honourable member has concerns about the use of photo ops, I'd suggest she discuss with her leader why he shows up at projects that he had nothing to do with to take a photo and then uses homelessness as a political prop for his social media. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that member knows that we have a plan to build more homes. It's to cut taxes and to put money on the table for home building. They want to raise taxes and cut that money for home building. Mr. Speaker, I was in the honourable member's province just last week announcing a $228 million agreement that's going to see the city of Calgary add more than 35,000 homes over the next 10 years. We're going to continue to do the work that's necessary to get.
The Honourable Member from Lethbridge.
What the honourable member knows is this. Rent prices have doubled, house prices have doubled, mortgage rates have skyrocketed, and investment in housing construction is down 14%. This minister just isn't getting the job done, despite his promises to Canadians. So when will he stop the photo ops and actually get to work so that Canadians can have a roof over their head?
The Honourable Minister, for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the honourable member, she's saying that investments are down. In her province, Stats Canada indicated this morning it's up 10.6%. The reality is the numbers are continuing to increase because of the measures we're putting on the table. When we decided to eliminate GST, we saw announcements that are going to lead to 300,000 homes over the next decade. With respect to the Housing Accelerator Fund, the changes cities are making so far have unlocked 175,000 homes. Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue to make the investments necessary to get more homes built over and above the hundreds of thousands that the National Housing Strategy has already delivered.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have in my hands a copy of the first page of the local newspaper of Deferred Mines. After 8 years of the Liberal government's inflationary policies, here is a sad reality in our regions, and I will read for you. Rise in food support needs in Deferred Mines, and Scotiabank has confirmed that Liberal spending has made interest rates rise by 2%. This rise is felt by families who are increasingly going to food banks to feed themselves. Will the Prime Minister stop his massive overspending and tell us exactly when we will have a balanced budget? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, there have been many questions in a row about housing from the Conservative Party, but I find that surprising because we are currently debating a bill in this House that will enable more home building throughout the country, and the bill will also stabilize grocery prices everywhere in Canada, Mr. Speaker. On October 5th, about 46 days ago, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative member for Mission Wet'suwet'en Fraser Canyon, he finally understood that he should vote for our bill. So can he convince the Conservative leader who seems to be uncertain? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, in a message on social media, the leader of the Bloc Québécois said to want the balance of power, but he doesn't say how he will balance a Liberal budget. For instance, we know that the Bloc supports the Liberals' inflationary spending. The Bloc will now keep the Liberals in power over the next 2 years. The Bloc supports drastic increases in carbon taxes and inflationary deficits. The Bloc wants to keep the Liberals in power. It's costly to vote Bloc, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister continue sending more and more Quebecers to food banks just to get the support of the Bloc Québécois? Both these parties want to drastically increase taxes at the expense of Canadians. Once again, as I said to the member for Sudbury, it is important to have questions that relate to the administration of the government. But the Speaker will issue a ruling on that soon. I don't see any ministers or parliamentary secretaries rising. So, we will now go to...
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
Je reconnais le député de Lac-Saint.
The member for Saint-Jean has the floor. Mr. Speaker, we already knew that the Liberals were planning to give an $8 billion military aircraft contract to Boeing without tendering, thus excluding Bombardier and Quebec's expertise. Now the Americans are putting pressure on them. The U.S. ambassador to Canada has written to Liberal ministers asking them to oppose a call for tenders. Mr. Speaker, I remind the Liberals that they work for their constituents, not for Washington. And I remind the Liberals that they owe it to their constituents to ensure that they are purchasing the best aircraft by letting Bombardier bid for the contract. Will the Liberal government finally issue a call for tenders? The Honourable Minister.
Patrol aircraft is a vital capability of the Canadian Armed Forces and it's used for a wide variety of operations. They must be replaced to ensure that we continue to have this vital capability. We know that defence procurement is a key driver of economic activity, and the Government of Canada has made it very clear the benefits to the Canadian economy and to our defence and aerospace sectors is a key consideration in the decision that we will be making.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, Quebec's aerospace industry isn't asking for a handout. It's just asking to be able to compete. It's asking the federal government to give Quebec workers a chance to put their expertise to good use before gifting $8 billion in public funds to the United States. Mr. Speaker, it's normal for the U.S. ambassador to defend Boeing, an American company, because that's his job. What's not normal, though, is that the federal government is not even giving Quebecois companies a chance to compete. When is this government going to do its job and issue a call for tenders? The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for raising this very important question. She said that we should do our job, and that's exactly what we are doing. We are meeting the demands and needs of national defense, and we are also supporting our aerospace industry in Quebec and in Canada. There are 20,000 jobs in support of our aerospace industry in Canada and almost $220 billion of financial activity and investment every year, and we will continue to support them.
The Honourable Member of Parliament from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Years of this Prime Minister, it's easy to see he's not worth the cost as the seams come apart at his billion-dollar green slush fund. The NDP Liberal government's hand-picked chair funneled more than $200,000 to her own company and then put $120,000 of that into her own pockets. Now she's being investigated by the Ethics Commissioner, so she resigned days after the Chief Executive Officer. We're just scratching the surface on the latest of this Prime Minister's many scandals, and Canadians want to know who got rich.
Who got rich? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
We should distribute taxpayer dollars, however independent of the federal government ministry. We all should expect them to do so responsibly. And that's why the Minister of Innovation acted immediately when allegations of mismanagement surfaced. We've frozen funds, ordered an independent review, are collaborating with the Auditor General, and both the CEO and the board chair have stepped down. We are holding SDTC accountable, and we're committed to getting to the bottom of this issue. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
They're not holding anyone accountable. Let's just get a couple facts on the record. The board chair, handpicked by this Prime Minister, funneled more than $200,000 to her own company. So the Ethics Commissioner launched an investigation and she quit. They found more than $40 million in ineligible payments. So the Auditor General launched an investigation and the CEO quit. This government is doing absolutely nothing. So before the paper shredders get fired up over at Green Slush Fund headquarters, will the minister agree that a parliamentary inquiry needs to be expanded so we can get all the information in the latest scandal involving this Prime Minister and their corrupt government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The member opposite's question, he's not entitled to his own facts. We know that the board chair of SDTC was appointed by multiple governments, including a Conservative government in the past. The Minister of Innovation has accepted the resignation of the chair of the board of SDTC. A process will begin soon to find a new leadership team. Our government is committed to ensure that organizations which receive federal funding adhere to the highest standards of governance, and we are committed to getting to the bottom of the allegations. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, there is a familiar smell here in this chamber, the smell of Liberal scandal. The President of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, imagine, she's a Liberal appointee and a friend of the Prime Minister, and she confirmed that she had used the Green Fund to give a $217,000 grant to her own company. Mr. Speaker, when and how does the government intend to recover taxpayers' money from the Green Fund that is enriching the Prime Minister's Liberal pals?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Let me say again, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are not entitled to their facts in this matter. We are committed to getting to the bottom of the allegations, and that's why we've acted responsibly and responded to hold SDTC accountable. We know that the chair of the board was appointed by multiple governments, including the Conservative government of past, and the Minister of Innovation has accepted the resignation of the chair of the board, and a process will begin very shortly to ensure that a new leadership team is appointed. Thank you.
The honourable member for
The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Artists and creators are operating in a cultural reality where nowadays the way we consume movies and TV shows and music is very different. There has been a major transformation. Households are unsubscribing from cable to watch shows online, but one thing has not changed, and that is the importance of having stories made by us and for us. Can the minister tell us about plans to ensure the protection and promotion of Canadian content and creators on online platforms? Thank you very much. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, my colleague is very right. The audiovisual landscape has totally changed since the Broadcasting Act was first introduced, and that's why we are modernizing it to adapt it to today's digital universe. In fact, recently I met with actors in the cultural sector to announce the final policy directive which aims to protect users and support jobs in Canada. We want journalists and artists and everyone in the creative industry can have a strong presence online. The only people who don't understand that are the Conservatives, who opposed at every stage of us modernizing the Act, and it was really shameful, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Brantford-Brant.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, it's time for this NDP Liberal government to end the cover-ups and come clean with Canadians about the Arrive Camp scandal. 2 senior bureaucrats were caught lying to committee about their role in hiring a 2-person basement company for the $54 million Arrive scam. With cozy relationships with this government, GC Strategies was hired over Deloitte, Microsoft, and Apple. Outrageous. Wow. Which Liberal minister hired the company and paid them $11 million taxpayer dollars for doing absolutely nothing?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've said repeatedly that we expect all public officials responsible for contracting to follow the appropriate rules. In this case, the Canadian Border Services Agency identified irregularities during a routine audit and referred the matter to the appropriate authorities that are investigating. And, Mr. Speaker, people who did not follow the appropriate contracting rules will face the consequences according to law.
Yep.
Even ministers?
The honourable member from Calgary-Mindapore.
After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, one thing is clear. They have no respect for the Canadian taxpayer. GC Strategies, a 2-person company working out of their basement, got paid $11 million to send messages on LinkedIn to other companies to build the ArriveCan app. Shameful. This Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost. Bureaucrats refuse to say who signed the paper to hire GC Strategies for $11 million. So I'm going to ask this Liberal caucus, which Liberal minister paid $11 million for GC Strategies?
Remind members, all questions do go through the chair. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, just because our colleague repeats the same silly premise to the question doesn't make it accurate. She knows very well that the authorities in these contracting matters are in the hands of public servants, and we've said very clearly, Mr. Speaker, that the committee can investigate and should investigate these matters. The Canadian Border Services Agency uncovered the contracting challenge, Mr. Speaker, in an internal audit and did what is appropriate, referred it to the appropriate authorities, and those who didn't follow the rules will be held accountable under law.
The honourable member from South Shore, St. Margaret's.
The NDP Liberal government is subsidizing $15 billion to the giant auto company Stellantis for the Windsor plant to employ up to 1,600 foreign workers. Every mom on a minimum wage, every couple struggling with their monthly mortgage payment, every union assembly line worker across this country will pay $1,000 to employ these foreign workers. After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister reverse his decision and commit that all jobs at the Stellantis plant will go to Canadian paychecks and not foreign workers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as a Windsorite, I am proud that it was this Liberal government that delivered the battery plant for Windsor, including 2,500 jobs. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with unions. We'll continue to work with Stellantis to make sure that local Canadian workers are prioritized. It's 2,500 good jobs will be created at this plant. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker. We believe in Canadian workers. We believe in electric vehicles. We believe in climate change. Why is the Conservative leader so against the battery plant, so against Canadian workers, and is completely empty on climate change?
The Honourable Member from Vaughan Woodbridge.
Canada, we take pride in our tourism industry, showing our country's beauty. Tourism is essential to Canada's economy, being one of the country's top sectors and supporting more than 2 million jobs. No other sector has an economic impact that reaches from coast to coast to coast. This was highlighted in the Federal Tourism Growth Strategy this summer, and it's why we will continue to support our tourism strategy. Can the Minister responsible for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario tell us how our government is supporting local tourism?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to have the opportunity to talk about the great announcement made by my colleague today, the Minister of Tourism, that will grow the tourism sector. The newly launched Tourism Growth Program will support expanding and developing local tourism businesses from coast to coast to coast. Our government knows that local tourism grows our economy, creates good Canadian jobs, and will continue to position Canada as a destination choice for domestic and international travelers. Thank you to all those who work in the tourism sector. Please take a look at the Tourism Growth Program and apply today.
The Honourable Member from Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, it was revealed that 1,500 temporary foreign workers could be coming to Windsor to work on the building of the new Stellantis LGEV battery plant that is receiving $15 billion in taxpayer money from the federal and provincial governments. Now, both the federal Liberal and Ford's Conservatives committed to jobs and training guarantees for local workers, and they had 18 months to get this right. Communities in Windsor and Ontario expect what was promised. Will the Liberals guarantee that these jobs are unionized and go to the people in Windsor, Tecumseh, Essex County, and not a single cent goes to foreign workers?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, one application for one temporary foreign worker has been approved for this project. My colleague knows that the TFW program are allowed only when Canadians or permanent residents are unable or unavailable to do a job. Our government is focused on creating partnerships and driving investments to create good, sustainable jobs for Canadians. Thanks to our government's support for this project, 2,500 full-time positions will be created at the Windsor Battery Plant, and an additional 2,500 local tradespeople will be engaged. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, 8 years after the rollout of the Phoenix Pay system, the situation is not improving. In fact, it's getting worse. As of today, 242,000 transactions are still pending, which is twice as many as 2 years ago. Now, I understand that at the beginning of Phoenix, in a partisan squabble, the Liberal government wanted to try to pin the blame on the former Conservative government. But they've been in power for 8 years now, so no excuses are valid anymore for explaining why this fiasco hasn't been solved. Is anyone at PSPC answering for this fiasco, which is costing taxpayers a fortune and causing major problems for thousands of federal employees? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank our colleague for this question. Now, we agree that it's totally unacceptable that public servants are not being paid on time or being paid the right pay, and that's why we are working on this to ensure that pay issues are gradually decreased. We are trying to decrease the backlog of accumulated cases. And currently, we are hiring 600 additional employees to deal with these issues.
To point of order in just a minute, and I will recognize a member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes. I first wish to draw to the attention of members in the presence of the gallery of the Honourable Mitzi Dean, Minister of Children and Family Development for the province of British Columbia. It is also my pleasure to draw to the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the recipients of the 2023 Governor-General's History Awards. À la suite de discussions
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand there's an agreement to observe a moment of silence in honor of Carl Tremblay, singer of Les Cowboys Fringants. I now invite members to rise.
Sur un appel au règlement, je reconnais le député de
Point of order.
Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Speaker, thanks very much. I'd like to seek unanimous consent to table an announcement from the Government of Canada from July 25th, 2019, where Minister Baines named Annette Verscharen chair of SDTC, contrary to the Parliamentary Secretary.
I regret that before the honourable member even had a chance to finish that, I heard a number of no's that are in the crowd. Y a-t-il un autre appel au règlement? L'honorable député de Mégantic.
Another point of order, the honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After what happened during question period, I wish to rise and take a few moments to discuss a very important matter. I don't think it's up to the Speaker of the House to indicate in any manner whatsoever whether a minister of the government should or should not respond to a question. As you seem to say, by quoting the member for Sudbury earlier, saying that the minister could respond.
Excusez-moi, collègues, chers collègues.
Excuse me, dear colleagues, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable has the floor. I have given him the floor. Please maintain discipline so that we can listen to the honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So you mentioned a ruling that you said will be read shortly. So I believe that you intervened in the course of debate and that this meant that no minister rose. And yet the question I raised today during question period was directly related to government matters. Tomorrow, there will be an economic statement from the Minister of Finance. Just now, over the weekend, the leader of the Bloc Québécois clearly stated his intention of supporting the government. And he also said that he has the intention of supporting the government and keeping it in power over the next 2 years. So my question today for the government and the Prime Minister was directly linked to keeping this government in power. Mr. Speaker, I recognize that the government can choose who answers questions. In fact, in the third edition of House and Commons Procedure and Practice 2017, it states that the government can designate the minister to answer a specific question, and the Speaker cannot oblige a specific minister to answer the question. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, the Speaker cannot, in his remarks, make it so that a minister declines to answer the question, which means that today no minister wished to answer a question that was clearly having to do with government business. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that you will take this under consideration, and I hope that you will now allow a government minister to answer the question that I posed today, which is, will the Prime Minister continue sending more and more Quebecers to food banks just to get support from the Bloc Québécois, which still wants to radically increase the carbon tax on the backs of Canadians? Thank you.
Je remercie. Je reconnais le. Avant que je reconnais le député de Simcoe Nord,
Before recognizing the member for Simcoe North, I'd just like to answer the member for Mégantic-L'Érable a little bit. I'd like to thank him for his remarks. I will look back at the blues and the transcript of the House of Commons. I would reiterate that right after the vote, I will have a ruling, the chair will have a ruling to be given to all members after hearing from all of the leaders of the political parties in the House.
Député de Simcoe Nord.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. During question period, I compared this government to drunken sailors. I regret that comparison because drunken sailors spend their own money. I would like to apologize to drunken sailors everywhere. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Il est 15h25.
It being 3:25 p.m., the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the third reading stage of Bill C-34. Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Ms. Martinez-Ferrada, moved that Bill C-34, an act to amend the Investment Canada Act, be now read a third time and do pass.
Et adopté.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Bennett. Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Scrope.
Ms. Scrope.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Garretson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Mr. Van Couverden.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Ed Coury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. Hefner. Pardon me. Yeah.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner. Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Ms. Sahota, Brampton South.
No, Ms. Sidhu.
Ms. Sidhu,
Brampton South.
Brampton South. Pardon me. Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Said.
Mrs. Said.
Mrs. Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr.
McDonald.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Delted.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Beltud.
Monsieur Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferreri.
Miss Ferreri.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Viang.
Madame Viang.
Ms. Gladue. Back to Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malello.
Mr. Malello.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Kramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Leroux.
Mr. Leroux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Oh, pardon me. Back to Mr. Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
We got Mr. Julian. Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. May. Senator Skull Filings.
Ms. May, Senator Skull Filings.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Oh, so good.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
La période de vote électronique est terminée. La Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Le vote va maintenant compiler les résultats du...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Oh, je vois Madame Laboutillier.
I see that Madame Leboutillier has raised her hand.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président. Oui.
Madame Leboutillier est pour.
Le bureau va maintenant...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 309, 309. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
S'il vous plaît, pour continuer vos conversations, parce que je vais faire une déclaration.
I would ask everyone to conclude their conversations because I'm about to rule, and I think that some of the members here are going to be very interested to hear what I have to say.
Je suis maintenant prêt à me prononcer.
I am now prepared to rule on the point of order raised on November 2nd, 2023 by the member for New Westminster Burnaby concerning the admissibility of questions asked during oral questions. In his intervention, the member asserted that in recent weeks, oral questions have deviated from their primary purpose, which is to hold the government accountable for its actions. He said that a number of questions have been asked of government backbenchers and opposition members, and he argued that this should not be allowed. The member noted that multiple speakers' decisions support that interpretation, including a ruling delivered by one of my predecessors, the current member for Regina Capel, on January 28, 2014.
For New Westminster Burnaby raised his point of order. Other members offered their perspectives. Some also asked the chair to examine oral questions that refer to a so-called coalition government. I would like to thank all members who made arguments on these important issues. One of the main goals of question period is to enable all members to ask government questions in order to obtain information about matters under its jurisdiction. In this way, it can be held to account within the bounds of its responsibilities. This is a fundamental principle of our parliamentary system. As the third edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice states on page 497, and I quote, "The importance of questions within the parliamentary system cannot be overemphasized, and the search for or clarification of information through questioning is a vital aspect of the duties undertaken by individual members." End of quote. Il est vrai que nous avons été témoins récemment.
It is true that we've recently heard many questions that seem to include preambles with little or no connection to the government's administrative responsibility. For instance, questions have referred to the opposition parties, to backbenchers, and even to provincial governments. Most of these preambles were followed by a question addressed to the government or to a minister. The question often related to an area of government responsibility, but not always.
The chair would like to thank members for quoting the ruling of January 28, 2014 from the current member for Regina Capel, which touched on similar issues. That ruling can be found on pages 2,202 to 2,205 of debates. Allow me to read a few excerpts, and I quote, "Lately, we have witnessed a growing trend. We hear preambles to questions that go on at some length to criticize the positions, statements, or actions of other parties, members from other parties, and in some cases, even private citizens, before concluding with a brief question about the government's policies. What we have, therefore, is an example of a hybrid question, one in which the preamble is on a subject that has nothing to do with the administrative responsibility of the government, but which concludes in the final 5 or 10 seconds with a query that, in that, in a technical sense, manages to relate to the government's administrative responsibilities. The House needs to ask itself if, taken as a whole, such a question, a lengthy preamble, and a desultory query can reasonably be assumed by a listener to respect the principles that govern question period. End of quote. On y dit un peu plus loin.
Further on, it also states, and I quote, "Since members have very little time to pose their questions, and the chair has even less time to make decisions about their admissibility, it would be helpful if the link to the administrative responsibility of the government were made as quickly as possible. Accordingly, these kinds of questions will continue to risk being ruled out of order, and members should take care to establish the link to government responsibility as quickly as possible." End of quote.
This direct link is essential. It must be established in order for members to obtain an answer from the government. In fact, members have a vested interest in favoring direct questions if they wish to receive direct answers. The chair is empowered to rule any question out of order. If it becomes clear that no link can be made, the chair may rule a question out of order while it is being asked or afterwards. Depending on the circumstances, the chair may ask a member to rephrase the question, interrupt the member, or recognize another member. Yet, judging the admissibility of an oral question in a matter of seconds is no easy task. Cutting off a question a little too soon could cause a member significant prejudice, while wrongly depriving a member of the opportunity to ask a legitimate question could ultimately damage this essential mechanism of accountability. Members must keep in mind that they are primarily responsible for quickly establishing this direct link with government affairs in their questions. Members, therefore, should get straight to the point, or they risk bearing sole responsibility should the chair interrupt their question. De même.
Likewise, in asking the government a question, members would benefit not only from drawing a link to its administrative responsibilities, but also from expressing themselves clearly. I would certainly hope that a clear question would merit an equally clear and specific answer, which would also pertain to the government's administrative responsibilities. Furthermore, while the government may be asked whether it supports a particular measure or proposal, a minister cannot answer for the positions taken by another political party or a provincial government. Consequently, like my predecessor, I encourage members to pose their questions in a way that clearly connects them to the federal government's administrative responsibilities. However, again in the interest of preserving the accountability mechanism, the chair will continue the practice of recognizing any minister who wishes to answer the question. Nonetheless.
In addition, ministers and parliamentary secretaries are clearly the only individuals who can answer questions, except in those limited exceptions for questions addressed to committee chairs or a representative of the Board of Internal Economy. Since both opposition members and government backbenchers cannot answer questions, they cannot be called to account for the actions of the executive. Oral questions must not be used to ask questions that attack a colleague who is unable to respond. De manière plus générale, la présidence.
More generally, the chair will continue to be guided by the statement of October 18, 2023, on order and decorum. Excessive heckling, provocations, and unnecessarily personal criticisms intended to denigrate a person will not be tolerated.
On the content of questions, the chair would like to address the point raised by several members regarding whether or not a coalition government exists in the House. Members may recall that the Deputy Speaker dealt with this issue last year. I would therefore refer members to the decision of March 19, 2022, which can be found on pages 3,689 and 3,690 of the debates. In short, and I quote, "Fundamentally, the agreement in question is a political one. It is not the chair's role to interpret or give meaning to such agreements between parties." End of quote. Accordingly, a question will not be ruled out of order based on this criterion alone. En conclusion, j'inviterai.
In conclusion, I would invite members to reflect on the statement made by Speaker Jerome on April 14, 1975, which appears on pages 4,762 to 4,764 of the debates, and I quote, "The question period is a unique feature of the Canadian House of Commons, where the Ministry is required to be accountable to the House on a daily basis without advance notice. It is an excellent feature of our Parliament, and while we have much to learn from other governmental systems, the question period is one area in which we are in the forefront of responsible government. Every effort must be made to preserve the excellence of this practice." End of quote. I thank all members for their attention and for their patience.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. Affaires courantes ordinaires. Dépôt de documents.
Daily routine of business, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 48 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format. Lots of marks.
Okay. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I have the honour to present in both official languages the following two reports of the Standing Committee on International Trade. The 11th report entitled The Underused Housing Tax, Potential Impacts and Proposed Actions, and the 12th report entitled Anti-Dumping and Countervailing Duties Being Applied on Certain Canadian Softwood Lumber Products. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to each of these two reports. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Presenting reports, but it's not just a report.
Just a sentence.
But no, a moment, please. The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to stand in this place today to talk about the dissenting report that we have submitted on the underused housing tax on Canadian border communities. While Conservatives were generally pleased with the evidence contained within this report, they firmly believe its recommendations fall way short of what was being asked by concerned stakeholders. The Conservative members also acknowledge that the existing recommendations in the report fail to recognize the federal government's unpreparedness when it comes to implementing the underutilized housing tax, and the existing recommendations also fail to prescribe specific changes and tangible solutions that were directly provided to the committee by concerned stakeholders. That is why we have prepared the dissenting report with 5 additional recommendations.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 52nd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrent in the 52nd report later this day.
Thank you. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I move that the 52nd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House today be concurred in. Will all those opposed to what the Honourable Minister is moving will please say nay.
D'accord. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nipawin Swan River, Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honor to present a petition on behalf of constituents.